So, good morning to all of you. Welcome to this last meeting of 2022 of IESBA, of the IESBA board. It's incredible how time has gone since we started, or since I started almost 1 year ago. It seems that it has been one life and not 1 year. But at the same time, it went so fast that I can't even believe that we are here now, 1 year after. So, but it is just like this when we are doing interesting things and exciting things and seeing things moving and happening and moving forward. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being very, very timely and to start on time. We have a very challenging agenda and I'll speak about that a bit later. I don't know what happened. We better use our time in the best way. I'd like to welcome, apart from the board members, all the official observers. I think that Begonia from PIOB is not yet here, but I'll greet her when she comes. She must be arriving. Junpei Kato from the Japan FCA, and of course, Galen, our favorite CAG chair. Thank you for being here. I also would like to welcome Richard Fleck, who should be attending online, I suppose. And Denise Canavan, who is here with us, member of the ETGA task force and former TA to the board, and James Barber, that unfortunately couldn't make it in person because although he made it to New York, he tested positive for COVID, so he unfortunately cannot join us, and I think that he must be also attending online. Brian Friedrich is not with us today. He will be joining us in person on Friday. I think he is now attending and participating on behalf of IESBA in a World Bank conference in Vienna. So he will join online today and tomorrow. Can confirm that, and he will join us in person after traveling back to the United States on Friday. It's an important conference. It's a pity that it overlaps with our meeting and that he can't be here, but considering the importance of this representation, he thought that it would be good to attend and make the best of his efforts to attend part online, part in person, and even when traveling, if possible. So it's a pleasure to have you all here this week in person. A special word to Félicien, who is joining us for the first time in person. Welcome, Félicien. We were almost thinking that you were an hologram, but very welcome to the board meeting. It's a good thing to have you in person. So we also have some. I'm sorry. Welcome, Begonia. I had already welcomed you, but now no problem. No. Very, very much on time. Thank you and welcome. Observing virtually, we have some people, but I would like to mention specifically Sylvie Soulier, former IESBA member and former chair of the engagement team group audits task force, Lisbeth Austerman, former IESBA member, and Ton Maran Saxhaug, former IESBA technical advisor. And let me take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome and sign of thankfulness to all those attending online, some of them in very not comfortable hours or unsocial hours. Thank you for giving us part of your time and for your availability and interest in following the board meeting. At this point, I would like also to signal some rotations, reappointments, and new members joining the board. This will unfortunately be the last meeting for the deputy chair, our dear deputy chair, Caroline Lee, and we will have time and opportunity to say a proper farewell and goodbye, which will not be a goodbye, but but we take the opportunity to make some, to thank her for everything that she gave to the board and she gave us. Also, board member Hero will rotate. Thank you, Hero. We will have also the opportunity to say a proper goodbye. And Greg Driscoll, technical advisor to Caroline, who will also rotate off given the end of Caroline's mandate. At the same time, and this is also all in movement. We have some member appointments and reappointments, and I'd like to congratulate Laurie and Rich. Where is Rich? Rich, sorry, for their reappointment for another term of 2 years. So Laurie and Rich have been approved by the PIOB, the Nominations Committee, to join us for 2 years more. So thank you very much for being available, and congratulations for your reappointment. I'm also very pleased to tell you, as you already know, that the the PIOB has also approved the appointment of Laurie Ansley as Vice Chair for 2023. So welcome. As the 1st of January, Laurie will become our Vice Chair, and I look forward to work with Laurie as I've been working with Caroline in the same alignment and support. 2 other new board members have been appointed by the Nominations Committee to become board members as of the 1st of January. Paul Mutaura, who is a consultant with extensive regulatory experience in Kenya, across Africa, and also at IESBA, and a former financial services provider. He has been the chair of the Kenya Securities Commission and a board member to IESBA, and he's been appointed as a non-practitioner for a 3-year term. And welcome, Paul. I don't know if Paul is attending online or not, but anyway, I'd like to welcome him. And also Rania Mardini, who is an academic at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon, with a wide, extensive consultancy experience in the Middle East. Rania has been appointed in the public member category for a 3-year term, and she has already some experience and connections with IFAC, as she was involved in the education's panel in the recent past. So she's quite familiar with some of our topics and our dynamics. So with Hero completing his final term at the board, I'd like to inform the board as well that Vanya has agreed to take Hero's technical advisor, Masahiro Yamada, as her TA for next January, as Vanya did not have a technical advisor supporting her. And I also take this opportunity to welcome this appointment because this will enable the JICPA, which is one important national standard setter, to continue to follow the board's activities and follow us closely. Well, moving now to the agenda, you will have seen the agenda, I hope, and also the documents. I know that there is a lot to read and some work has to be done, but in fact, we are reaching the end of the year with some important projects coming to critical, crucial phases and moments of these projects. We will have the engagement team and group audits final approval and also the technology project approval, we hope, of course. So these 2 projects are reaching the end successfully, I would say, and I hope that everything goes as it should, smoothly, with all the contributions that we expect, but that there will be no special concerns at this point in time. We will be looking to approve the tax planning exposure draft, another crucial moment for a very important project on which we had some, I won't say doubts, but it's a very new area. It's a very ambitious project in terms of where we want to go and the impact that we have to make. And coming to this point and having been able to bring it to be exposed in December, well before that we had anticipated, it's a reason for rejoice and to congratulate ourselves for what the board and the task force has done. We also have the sustainability project plan, which is in a completely different phase because we are kicking off starting. It's strange to say that we are starting after all the discussions that we already had and all that we already know about this topic, but formally what we are expecting is to approve a project plan to be developed over the next 2 years that will keep us very busy, and I'm looking forward for the discussion that we will have on the proposal that has been made by the working group upon a lot of work done over the last months, for which I'm very grateful. And another very important topic for us as a board is the strategic and work plan. I would say I don't want to rank the importance of the projects, but this is what will guide our work on the next few years. It's a very strategic decision that we are making here. We are not going to approve the strategic and work plan, but a consultation paper. Anyway, it's an important moment because it's what we are going to put for exposure and for consultation, and it's what we will guide, hopefully, what we will do until 2027. There is a lot of work behind this strategic and work plan, a lot of contributions from the planning committee, but also from the task force chairs and from staff, etc. So I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. And of course, I hope that all of you have had the opportunity to see what's being proposed and have very significant, substantial, and constructive. And I always like to stress the importance of being constructive approach to this document. So an important agenda, a very special thank you for all those who made it possible to get this all these documents, put all these documents together to build this agenda, and for all the work that has been done behind the documents. Task forces chairs, but also, of course, the staff that has been incredibly busy on the last few months. And when I say the last few months, it's probably the last 12 months. So it's probably my fault, but they have been working immensely for this, for us to be able to come to the end of the year and be able to finish some projects, reach an exposure draft moment or occasion, and start another very important project. So thank you to all of you for your commitment, even during the summer, for some of you, and to the staff who helped making it possible. One quick word on outreach, and I don't want to take much time here, and I will have the opportunity at the executive session to say more about it, but you will, if you will, under agenda item 1B, you have the list, the shopping list of outreach activities. There has been a lot since our last meeting in September. Staff and board members, both at both levels, reaching out to very different and diverse stakeholders. On my side, and again, I don't want to take much time there, but you have seen that I've been with Jeff and Diane to Washington and spoke with some stakeholders there in September. But then after that, I was with Ken in Europe, and we reached out for a considerable number of stakeholders in Brussels and in Paris, and we went to Marrakesh to the IESBA annual conference, where I had the opportunity to participate in a panel on sustainability, but we also had the opportunity to speak with a lot of stakeholders there. So these opportunities, just like the World Congress of Accountants last week, is not only about the event itself, but about the opportunity that it provides us to speak, to reach out to a lot of people, different delegations, with different people with different profiles from different regions. So it's making the best of our time. Each time we go somewhere, to make in 2 or 3 days or 4 what it would be impossible to do in 5 months if we were to reach out to all these countries and all these people. So just a brief word about what happened in India. The World Congress of Accountants is a very important event. There were probably 8,000 people, 8,000 people around that in person, and plus 3 or 4 virtually. Christelle, Félicien were also there, as well as Sanjeev, who joined us all the time, me and Geoff. in all the outreach meetings that we had. And thank you very much, Sanjeev, for all your efforts to helping putting together all these meetings that were very substantive and very important. So the main outcomes of these the conversations, well, the topic is sustainability. 80% of the time is what people want to speak about. I was impressed by the level of sophistication, development, and understanding of some of the delegations with which we had the opportunity to have meetings and conversations. Very, very impressed. It's not only Europe, it's or the United States or the Americas. Asia is very well aware of what's happening and very much wanting to do something in this respect. The support for the IESBA work was very clear. There was nobody reacting negatively to what we are doing. Some of them following very attentively what we are doing. Everybody supporting the profession agnostic approach without exceptions. Not only I'm speaking about the delegations, but also people with whom we had the opportunity to speak aside the official meetings, and even the official panels. They were clear, our speakers were clear about a lot of support to what we are doing. So we will have the opportunity to speak more about that, and I will not take more time, spend more time here. I'd just like to give you an update on the planning committee activities. The planning committee held a joint meeting with the IESBA planning committee in October. The objective of this session was to exchange views on matters of strategic coordination between the two boards, which is being more and more important given the topics that we are addressing and the context and the objectives that we are aiming at. But we also, you have a report back at this joint planning committee meeting in agenda item 6. But the planning committee also met in October and November via teleconference, of course, virtually. And among other matters, the planning committee considered an update on the sustainability working group's activities, which is something that is being subject to our continued attention. We discussed the strategy and work plan, of course, consultation paper, the plans for some outreach activities, and we planned this November-December board meeting in terms of agenda, dynamics, etc. There was an additional CAG member in September 23 to discuss the technology project and our work streams on sustainability and the strategic work plan 24-27. In terms of, so this is about the CAG meetings, and you have the minutes, the draft minutes of the September CAG sessions, which are included in under agenda item 1E for the board's consideration. Rich, Mark, and Geoff may report further on the feedback of these CAG meetings during their respective sessions on the respective items. So one more topic is about task force compositions. We are reaching the end of the year, but we are also reaching the end of some projects and starting another one. So there is a need to and we have new board members and others leaving. So we have to rethink a little bit the composition of the task forces. For the two projects that I hope the board will approve over this week, ETGA and technology, we are not considering any changes. What will be left should be considered and addressed by the people that have been working in this project. So we are not considering any changes until the PIOB approves the standards or the proposals next year. So we are not considering so far any changes to the tax planning task force. Of course, this is all subject to any other decisions that we will have to make on the composition of the task forces, but we are not considering any changes here. The task force has been working very well. It comes to a critical moment where hopefully the workload will be a little bit reduced next year, so we don't foresee any need to reconsider the composition of this task force. But we will have to come back to the composition of the task forces, the new task forces that will arise from the sustainability work stream at the end of the sustainability session later today. So I will come back to this topic. We will also have to come back to the composition of the technology working group after the technology working group update tomorrow. And with Hero leaving the board, I of course welcome any expressions of interest from board members and technical advisors to join the EIOC, where we are expecting, after the decisions that we will make on the sustainability task forces, there may be some changes, but anyway, since Hero is leaving, I welcome expression of interests. Should I send it to me, to you? Yeah, anyone interested? And I reiterate the importance of this group and the importance, which is the group that is in charge of providing us with substantial thinking, observation, analysis of what is going on around us, which is extremely important. So on this December 7th board meeting session, I will announce the new composition of the task forces, considering the expression of interest of the members and the decisions that we will have to make, considering many criteria, which is availability, profiles, diversity in terms of geography, backgrounds, knowledge, etc. There are many criteria that will have to apply. Of course, I apologize in advance to those that not everybody will be. It is not possible to consider everybody, depending on the number of the candidates. You also know that we have made a decision that the task forces should not have more than 4 elements for many reasons, and one of them is a budget, because there are a lot of costs inherent to the task forces dynamics, traveling, etc. So we can't have more than 4 people for each task force, which means that we'll have to make some decisions, and of course, all the board members are expected to contribute, but all the board members are also expected to understand that not everybody will be, may be considered, depending again on the expression of interest of on each for each task force. Last but not least, and before giving the floor to Ken, I'd like to highlight the PIOB issues paper that is being, that the board should note at this point of the agenda. You will have read it. The PIOB makes some specific comments about each one of the projects: technology, ETGA, tax planning, sustainability. I will not speak about that. I hope that you have read it, but it's important to have these comments in our minds when we are discussing each one of the projects, because they can be important to, they should be included in our thinking and in our reflection. And with that, I think that for now, thank you for your patience for listening to me. And can you complement?
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and welcome to all of you again. I think it's fantastic to see all the board members, all the technical advisors, official observers, and some of our public members as well. I'm delighted really to have you all in New York. Just a couple of announcements, or rather a couple of series of announcements. First of all, in relation to the board meeting next March, I would like to confirm to the board that this will be held in Abu Dhabi. Just last Friday, we have received written confirmation from the Abu Dhabi Accountability Authority that they will host the board in Abu Dhabi. They would like to organize a very big conference. I think they're calling it a summit. They would like to use this conference to make a number of major announcements, one of which is going to be the official adoption of the IESBA code in Abu Dhabi by EDA. So that is a fantastic development for our board. In addition, they have a number of other developments. They would like to use the opportunity of that international summit to publicize. They have made a number of major policy developments concerning audit, governance, transparency, etc. And they would like to use that conference really to speak about those developments and to have, in fact, delegates from around the world coming to attend the event. In terms of timing, my understanding from David, and David, maybe I'll invite you to add anything else. They are looking at holding it in the week of our board meeting, which is March 13th through 17th. We will obviously have to manage that timing in relation to our board agenda. There is clearly a benefit in having their conference, the big summit, in the same meeting week as our board, in that it would enable all the board participants to in fact attend portions or parts of that conference. And I think that's a great opportunity for all of us to be part of all these developments. They would like to have a few speakers from our board. The details are yet to be ironed out. I would imagine that Gabriela, at a minimum, would be one of our keynote speakers at that conference. We have provided them with our meeting specifications, as it were, and they have confirmed they will be more than happy to meet all of these requirements. So I'm very comforted by that. And yes, so we anticipate that's going to be a fantastic meeting for us. And in fact, this is going to be the first time our board will be meeting in the Middle East. David, I don't know if there's any additional color you'd like to add? No, that's good. Okay, thanks a lot. And I really, my sincere appreciation to David, who's been doing a lot of the sort of laying the groundwork, and you're being really in Dubai. You know, it couldn't have been better for us in terms of having somebody working closely with the ADA representatives. Now, just a few announcements relative to staff, a few of them. First of all, Shizuka Kaneda, who is at the back, has been, as you know, on secondment for us since last May. She's completing her secondment with us at the end of this month, and will be heading back home to Tokyo. And Shizuka has really been helping us enormously on our engagement in group audit task force in terms of doing a lot of the background research, putting together information, and helping our team with the analysis and so forth. So Shizuka, thank you again for all the help you've given us, and I think it's been great to have you on our team. Secondly, Laura Leo, I think she's at the back somewhere. She, as you know, she has joined us as a permanent member of staff last September. She's relocating officially in mid-January to New York. So she'll be firmly settled here very soon. Thirdly, we have recruited a new senior manager. She's in fact Janvir John, Sadia's technical advisor, and I am anticipating that she'll be joining us in early February, and we're making arrangements for her relocation to New York. And finally, as you all know, we have a vacancy on our team, a director opening. The position is advertised on our website, and I or any member of staff would be more than happy to forward you that link. If you have not already done so, please circulate that link, that opening to across your network. We would be more than welcome to see any candidates who would be interested in applying for that position. And finally, maybe a couple of administrative matters, if I may. First of all, the board social activity, the board dinner is on Thursday evening. Please hand over your contribution, I suppose, to us by the end of Wednesday, at least by the end of tomorrow. I think that'd be very helpful. And secondly, before we start the session on the dot at 9:30, let me remind all board participants that the microphones, first of all, they're very sensitive, so they will pick up any sounds, any noise on Zoom. But more importantly, the people who are in the room at the back, some of them sometimes may not be able to hear, especially if our voice are not sort of the kind of projecting kind of voice. So I encourage all of you to speak into the mics, bring them as close as you can to you. And always kind of bear in mind that you're speaking not just to those on the screen, but also everyone in the room. With that, Gabriela, I will hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. And before we move forward to the next topic in the agenda, I'd just like to leave a word of thankfulness and gratitude to Diane, who is not anymore with us. She made a different decision, and we all hope that she's happy and that she will feel fulfilled whatever she's going to do. She left her mark here. She left a lot of work with us, a lot of commitment. And so I'd like to officially and for the minutes and for the record, express our gratitude for Diane's commitment and dedication to the board over a number of years. So with that, let's move to the first substantive topic in the agenda, which is on ETGA, hopefully with a view to make an agreement here around the table to approve what is being proposed by the task force. Once again, I want to thank Caroline for the excellent work done and very difficult one in this topic, and for all the careful, very careful way she and the task force have been addressing the difficult topics and the difficult questions that have been raised in this respect. I will not say more, but you'll see you have seen by the documents and by what Caroline has to tell you that some outreach has been undertaken after the September board meeting, and also some further reflections. And I'm very grateful for the task force for the careful way they were able to address this, for the commitment for the outreach activities with important stakeholders like the PIOB, but also with Ken's commitment and the dedication as well with the IFIA, etc. But Caroline, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks, Gabriella. So the task force is putting forward the text of the proposed revisions to the code relating to engagement team group audit for a second read, and Sylvia and I will lead the presentation but I encourage the task force members to chime in as appropriate. And as a reminder, the task force members are Sadia, Denise and Andrew, and we also had support from Sylvie, so very thankful for that, and the support of Shizuka, as Ken mentioned earlier. We thank board members who had submitted their comments ahead of the meeting. We have considered your comments, but those comments are not reflected in today's presentation. So the task force will be meeting later today and will discuss those and come back to you on your specific comments. So, so far we've received comments ahead of time from Sungnam, from Andy, from Chana, and Hero as well. Thank you. So the objective of today's session is to update the board on the task force activities since our meeting in September. And this will cover responses from various stakeholders on the initial proposals that we shared with the board in September, as well as updated proposals taking into account the feedback that came from the stakeholders as we did our outreach activities. So the December papers that you have before you reflect the updated proposals. So we'll take the board through outstanding issues with the aim of having the board approve the final revisions during our virtual meeting on 7th of December.
Thank you. So the ETGA task force was quite busy in this quarter, as I can imagine all the other task forces, and we met several stakeholders and asked for their input on the proposed revisions to the ED. After the September IESBA meeting, the task force presented the proposed revisions and the outcome of the board's discussion to the representative of the IEESB's ISA 600 task force, the PIOB, the IFIR Standards Coordination Working Group, the IOSCO C1 Committee, the Committee on Issuer Accounting, Audit and Disclosure, and the IFAC SMP Advisory Group. So the discussion with these stakeholders mainly focused on the independence considerations applicable to group audit team members outside the group audit firm's network. But of course, we touched base on all the key issues of our proposals. So following the meeting with these stakeholders, the task force held an in-person meeting at the end of October, where we could consider and discuss all the comments we received from board members and also from these stakeholders while developing the updated proposals that Caroline will present soon. So in November, actually, we could already present the task force most recent thinking and the updated proposals to the representative of the Forum of Firms. And we also circled back to the IESB's ISA 600 task force and the PIOB before we posted the document for the board. So in the next couple of slides, I would like to just provide a brief overview of the key comments we have received from these task forces. So in early October, Gabriela and Ken met the representative of the PIOB, and they discussed with them the proposed revisions to the ETGA ED and the outcome of the IESBA's September discussion, with special regard to the different option to the independence considerations for individuals who are outside from the group auditor firm's network. The PIOB generally understood and appreciated the balance the task force and the IESBA are aiming for. But they were of the view that the board should address any concerns about the practicality or unintended consequences only on an evidential basis. So meeting participant, a PIOB representative, questioned if the task force could demonstrate that the ED's proposals could actually lead to market concentration. That was one of the main concerns that the respondent to the ED raised. And just as a reminder, the ED's proposal was that the same independence requirements would apply to each engagement team and audit team members. So during the meeting, there were questions around the nature of the practical challenges respondents to the ED referred to, and they questioned whether those challenges would be present in most of the cases. So actually the PIOB had concerns or questions that the IESBA might end up addressing exceptional cases and make those exceptions the rule. The PIOB and actually most of the stakeholders we talked to appreciated that it's quite challenging and difficult task to find the right balance. But they emphasize that the IESBA need to carefully balance the independence principles against the need to address the practical challenges that stakeholders raised. Regarding the other comments on the ED, especially the comment that the component auditor firm outside the network wouldn't have the information on the group family tree, they raised or they showed that the group auditor firm would actually need to know about the entire corporate tree, and it's the group auditor firm's responsibility to communicate that information to the component auditor firm. So the PIOB asked the task force to consider the actual responsibility of the group audited firm and how that could address some of the challenges the stakeholders referred to. So during this quarter, the task force met the representative with the ISA 600 task force and the IESB staff several times. And as some of the IESBA members suggested at the September meeting, the task force aimed to understand and get IESB's input on whether the proposed revisions to the ED would be in line with the principles adopted in ISA 220 revised and ISA 600 revised. To this question, the IESB representative noted that one of the fundamental principles or foundational principles of ISA 220 and ISA 600 revised, that they treat all engagement team members, so members within or outside the group auditor firm's network equally. So therefore, they require that the engagement team members, the group auditor and the component auditors as well, all comply with the relevant ethical requirements. However, IESB representative acknowledged that it is the IESBA who define these ethical requirements that are applicable to the group audits. As the ISAs only require the engagement team member to comply with the relevant ethical requirements, the IEESB representative agreed that having different provisions for individuals doesn't technically result in non-compliance with ISA's requirements. Nevertheless, the IEESB representative emphasized that the IESBA need to ensure that these differential provisions would achieve the same outcome regarding the independence. So that would ensure the independence of the group audit engagement. In October, we met the representative of the EPR Standard Coordination Working Group, and we had a session actually that was dedicated only on the ETGA. And the representative of the EPR had similar questions as the PIOB. So they asked whether the task force had any supporting evidence that the ED's proposals regarding the independence considerations could lead to market concentrations. And they also asked about the actual practical challenges the respondents identified or referred to. A few EPR representatives mentioned that in their jurisdictions, the group audit of PIs are mainly carried out by the same network or other large network firms. Therefore, they believe that it's not likely that the ED's proposal would actually have the unintended consequences that stakeholders refer to. However, on the other hand, there were a few EPR member representative who acknowledged that there are many really complex group audit structures out there, and they felt that the challenges raised by the stakeholders are actually valid and not necessarily only in the SMP context. So there were mixed views in the EPR whether the ED's proposals could actually lead to a market concentration. Regarding the task force proposals for individuals outside the group auditor firm's network, the EPR commented that these proposals should address all aspects of the independence of the individual and the firm, not only independence in mind, but also the perceptions of the independence in appearance as well. They asked for some clarifications about the application of the reason to believe test or principle that is currently part of the proposals. And they suggested that the task force add and provide some guidance and clarification on how individuals should apply these principles. So apart from the independence considerations, there were some comments on the breaches proposals. So EPR representative, similar to some of the board members, questioned why there is a difference between the communication of the breaches at the component auditor firm within and outside the group auditor firm's network. They felt, or they had the view that the communication with those charged with governance about the breaches should be in writing in all cases. So after this meeting, subsequent to this meeting, we had the chance to communicate in email with some of the representative, and we circled back on how how the task force planned to address their comments. So right after the meeting with the EVR, we met the IOSCO, the representative of IOSCO C1 committee. Again, we had a session dedicated only on ETGA. And the comments from the IOSCO were actually similar to the ones that we have heard from the EVR. They shared the view that the group audits of the PIs are usually carried out by firms within the same network. Therefore, they asked the task force to seek evidence and demonstrate to the board and to the other stakeholders that what are the actual challenges that the respondents to the ED referred to. They also had some questions or concerns about the reason to believe principles. They felt that if those requirements are not clear or robust enough, that could actually risk the consistent application of the IESBA's proposals. And this consistent application was one of the main objectives of the entire project. On a more general matter, they made some comments around evaluation of the threats to independence by the component auditor firm. They suggested that the code provide a more objective process for the evaluation of the component auditor firm's independence. And they proposed that the code involve the group auditor firm and eventually those charged with governance in that evaluation process as well. They believe that this more objective approach could be achieved if the code requires the component auditor firm to communicate all significant independence matters to the group auditor firm, so not just the breaches. During the meeting, we explained that the task force already proposed new requirements on the enhanced communication between the group auditor firm and the component auditor firm. But later on, the task force considered these comments, and actually we proposed some further refinements to make that point clear in the current text as well. Still in October, it was a busy month, the IFAC SMP advisory group held its plenary meeting, and as part of the IESBA update, we provided an overview of the proposed revisions to the ED. So during the meeting, the representatives of the advisory group commented, or their first reaction was that the proposals are too complex or quite complex, especially for SMPs. They didn't comment on the proposed independence considerations for individuals. However, they reiterated their previous comment on the application of the PI rules by the component auditor firms. They raised again that requiring a component auditor firm to apply the PI provisions, especially the NAS PI provisions, and especially in the case of a not significant component, it could be burdensome and not necessarily proportionate. They also noted that they didn't find it clear which PI provisions the component auditor firm should actually apply. So we explained that based on the recent revision, if the group auditor firm is a PI, the component auditor firm should apply the NAS and the long association provisions applicable to PIs, but they don't need to apply the fee disclosure and any other PI requirements in the code. This is the point that we, or the task force proposed that an FAQ would address, so we could provide some further material to clarify that point. But during the meeting, we actually explained that it is a principle, or this is something that IESBA adopted as part of the ISO 600, that the rules applicable to the group auditor firm needs to apply throughout the code, and the IESBA agreed to retain this approach in the code as well. So in November, we met with the Forum of Firms as well. And during this meeting, we could actually present already the task force recent thinking and the updated targeted approach regarding the independence consideration for individuals. And we also provided an overview of the task force thinking and the comments the stakeholders actually raised. So the Forum of Firms representative agreed with the practical challenges raised by other stakeholders in relation to the ED's approach. And they questioned how the proposals would address these market concentration. They also felt that it will be important to educate the audit committees about the revisions and this differential approach, as they could also play an important part in a decision on making a decision on using the component auditor firms. They raised no concerns, or they didn't object on the updated proposals that's already included in the current document. However, they had a few representatives had the comment that the proposed effective date, so the 2024 December effective date, would not provide sufficient time for the adoption. 2023. I'm so sorry. Run ahead. Thank you. So the 2023 December effective date wouldn't provide sufficient time for the adoption and the implementation. And that's an issue that the task force considered and discussed. And we will come back to that how what was the task force views. And as I mentioned earlier, we just have a recent discussion with the PIOB staff, met the PIOB staff, where we could actually circle back or provide an overview how we addressed the PIOB's comments. And I would just turn to Ken to maybe summarize the discussion.
Certainly, Sylvia. Yes, we did have, in fact, a couple of engagements with the PIOB staff, one in early November, and the second one quite recently, just before Thanksgiving, on November 23rd. The first call really was more about probing further into some of the questions that the PIOB had raised at the October PIOB meeting, especially concerning some of the practical challenges and whether there was really an evidential basis for those concerns. And the second call, in fact, really took place, as I said, very recently after we had finalized and published or posted our board papers. And I also had an opportunity to walk the PIOB staff through the thinking of the task force, especially in relation to the main issue that we have been addressing concerning independence for individuals in component auditor firms outside the group auditor firms network. And my main takeaway from this meeting is essentially is that the PIOB staff felt a bit more comforted, I suppose, having had the benefit of having reviewed all the detailed explanations in our board agenda material. And essentially the main observation from them was that they felt it was the way the task force had approached it and address the intricacies of the process of communication, etc. Overall, came across as a practical solution to really the issue that we heard on exposure about applying the same approach to independence for individuals like component auditor firms, whether they're in or out of network. And really the task force had really thought about all these sort of competing considerations and trying to really find a way that would balance all the different public interest considerations. There were still a few questions that came up, and I think those questions continue to be useful for us and for our task force to think through, because they do challenge our thinking. Questions around the responsibility at the individual level to identify threats, and Sylvia kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, and Caroline will walk the board through the detailed provisions a little bit later. they had questions about whether at the group auditor firm level, the group engagement partner would be in a position to really make an assessment overall of independence in the group audit context, given now that the responsibilities are at the individual level. And again, that's I leave that to Caroline to walk the board through the sort of thought process in terms of how we are dealing with individual threats at the component auditor firm level, and then escalating to the group auditor firm. There were I suppose more question as to the SMP concerns about market concentration, which we continue to hear in a broader context, in fact, from the SMPs. It's not just in relation to this issue. The SMPs, yes, continue to be concerned about the board not promulgating any requirements that would further worsen the issue of market concentration. And they indeed wanted to have a better understanding as to how the approach we could take in relation to this issue of independence at the individual level might as I say, worsen that issue of market concentration. And maybe I won't go into the details now, but I'll leave it to Caroline to again address how we've thought about this. And the SMPs absolutely, as Sylvia did mention it, the SMPs are always concerned about the issue of complexity, and the simpler the better always for them. And that's also an issue that we try to balance as well. And with regard to the effective date, we'll come back to that. There was a concern about how we are going to address the concerns we've been hearing from jurisdictions and firms about the very tight time frame, the very tight lead time towards implementation, because we're looking at December 23 to align with the effective date of ISA 600 revised. And that's, if the PIB were to approve the final pronouncement subject to approval of the provisions by this board in April, that would leave very little time. So maybe I won't get into the details now, but there was just a thought that on the PIB staff side, they might consider raising with PIB whether the PIB board might be willing to consider an expedited process. But that's, again, that's not for us to prejudge the PIB process, but that's for them to kind of raise this with their board. So I'll pass it back to you, Sylvia, or Caroline, to take the board further. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. And just on the effective date, I wanted to say that when we had our meeting with the IFIA Standards Coordination Working Group and IOSCO C1, the message was very clear that the alignment of the two effective dates was something that they fully supported. Also, the similarity in comments or feedback that we hear from IFIA Standards Coordination Working Group and IOSCO C1 was because there were a couple of members that were on both committees, so the same comments were made by the same individuals. So with all these feedback that we received, the task force did relook at independence considerations applicable to group audit team members outside the group audit firm's network. And our aim was really to provide robust independence requirements for all group audit team members to achieve the same. Thank you. To achieve the same independence outcome. The context for the issue is that there was concerns that we were addressing a few isolated cases. But when we look at it, it's actually reflective of the large multinational, multi-industry conglomerate companies, and those are prevalent, in various jurisdictions. So it is important that the provisions that we come up with are operable and serve the public interest optimally. So the key desired outcomes that we were aiming to achieve was a more thoughtful, balanced, and better targeted approach, leading to the same independence outcome, avoiding a tick box compliance exercise, minimizing unintended consequences for audit quality, and not lowering the independence standards or the robustness of the code. So with Shizuka's help, we actually did some research and we found that there were various examples of large multinational, multi-jurisdictional, multi-industry conglomerates. And so on this slide, you see two examples. And what we've just captured are just the number of consolidated subsidiaries, so downstream controlled entities. And we've not even captured upstream sister companies and significant influence entities. And in the case of General Electric, we also reflect on this slide the different businesses that they're operating in. And some of these businesses are so distinct that even though they're part of the same group, the interaction between the different divisions would be minimal. And that sort of supports the task force thinking about going down the option 2, which is the control, the chain of control, because within that chain of control, the likelihood of relationships could be higher. Another example we have is Hitachi, which is in Japan, and it's got businesses in different regions across the world, and the number of entities are also significant. Some of these might also be joint ventures, and if you look at the types of business, lines of business that they're in, it's also very, very varied. So the task force considered the circumstances when a group audit firm would ordinarily decide to involve firms outside of its network in the group audit. And whilst recognizing that the majority of the component auditors would be within the group auditor firm's network, there are instances that indicate that there's likely that they would use some component auditor firms outside the group auditor firm's network, especially when you're looking at such widespread, wide-reaching groups with components worldwide. So the task force is not really developing pronouncements or proposals for the few isolated cases, but really for these large multinational, multi-industry conglomerate companies. On this slide, just to show in a pictorial form the independence considerations for the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network. So when it comes to the component audit client and entities controlled by the component audit client, which is the entities in red, the proposal is that the component auditor firm shall be independent of these entities in accordance with the provisions of Part 4A. In addition, because the work or the audit procedures are contributing towards the audit report on the group audit client, the entity in purple, there's also a need for the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm to be independent of the group audit client and at the exposure draft stage, the board had agreed that with respect to financial interests and loans and guarantees, those are the types of relationships and circumstances where there's a need to be independent and to address any threats to independence. In relation to all the other related entities and other components that are in yellow, the proposal is that we would apply the conceptual framework. So the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network shall consider any relationship or circumstance that the component auditor firm knows or has reasons to believe might create a threat to independence. And those could be, as we've identified for group audit clients, financial interests, or it could be financial interest in a joint venture, so a business relationship. And so the component auditor firm needs to identify, evaluate, and address these threats. And if they identify, then they should notify the group auditor firm of significant judgment in relation to independence. So there's also a provision that requires the notification to the group auditor firm. And if that threat cannot be reduced to an acceptable level, then the component auditor firm cannot participate in that group audit. And because of the notification to the group auditor firm, the group engagement partner is able to make that ultimate judgment and exercise his or her responsibility as well. So just to highlight that the structure that you see here, the group structure, is just an illustration, and it might be larger than that. It also doesn't demonstrate or signify that all these entities are audited by different component auditor firms or firms from different networks. Going on to independence considerations for group audit team members within or engaged by the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network. We have the same red entity in terms of the component audit client and entities controlled by the component audit client. In addition, we are requiring the group audit client and all the entities that control the component audit client and that are under the control of the group audit client to be caught within the requirement where independence is required in accordance with the provisions in Part 4A. And in relation to the yellow entities, other related entities and other components, that's when the individual members of the group audit team within or engaged by the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network will need to consider any relationship or circumstance that individual knows or has reason to believe might create a threat to their independence. So we've identified circumstances and relationships that might be present, which they ought to consider. And if we look at an engagement, a group audit team member who has an immediate family member who's a director of an entity versus that individual who has a spouse who's a full-time teacher and who doesn't have any director role or any role in financial reporting. The first scenario, the immediate family member in a director role, in that situation with that relationship, there's a need to consider the entity in which that relationship exists. But in the second scenario of the teacher, the spouse that's a teacher, there isn't a need to consider any entity because that relationship, that employment relationship, doesn't threaten independence. So the approach that we've put forward is targeted to the circumstances and relationships that the individual team member has, which is narrower in scope compared to having to evaluate all relationships and circumstances of all entities that's potentially related to the component audit client or the group audit client. So as a result, we believe that this is more targeted in our approach. And then as was mentioned earlier, in terms of the notification, so the individual would identify the relationship and identify potential threat to independence, and the individual would be required to report those identified relationships and circumstances to the component auditor firm. The component auditor firm then is required to evaluate and address the threat to independence. And as was mentioned earlier, the component auditor firm has to notify the group auditor firm of independence matters that require significant judgment. So even if there's no breach to independence, the evaluation would be considered a significant judgment that the component auditor firm ought to notify the group auditor firm. And if there was a threat to independence, and if that threat cannot be reduced to an acceptable level, then the individual cannot participate in the group audit. So it's similar to the component auditor firm. So one point I want to highlight here is that when we talk about group audit team member within or engaged by the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network, we're also covering service providers that the component auditor firm might engage to be involved in carrying out the audit procedures. So we're scoping not just the team members who are employed, but also who are engaged by way of services that they provide. So what we have presented essentially are two possible approaches to identification of threats. The first approach is looking at it from a top-down, looking at all the entities that are related, all the components of the group auditor, the group audit client from, and that the group auditor firm might have communicated to the component auditor firm in order to identify threats. But what we're saying is that in the case of the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network, for the individuals that are within or engaged by that component auditor firm, a more balanced approach would be applying a bottom-up approach by looking at the relationships and circumstances that that individual has, identifying and assessing those relationships and circumstances. And at the end of the day, whether you apply the top-down or bottom-up approach, you would still come to the same conclusion if there was a threat to independence. So we believe that the two different approaches result in the same outcome in practice. So what the task force did was when we went through the exposure draft stage, we had looked at the various relationships various relationships and circumstances that the component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network might have that could threaten independence. And so what you see on the right are the various relationships and circumstances. And by going through that list, that's when we identified financial interests and loans and guarantees as being important and that we needed to highlight within the provisions and the proposals. So we've applied that same approach as it relates to individuals. And that's where, if you look at then the left side of this slide, we've gone through all the different relationships and circumstances, and we've laid it out in application material in our proposal so that an individual cannot miss the consideration of those relationships and circumstances. And bearing in mind that in applying the conceptual framework, there is a need to have an inquiring mind. So it's not the knows or has reason to believe principle is not just about, I don't want to see anything, I don't want to hear anything, I'm blind to everything. It requires the individual to have an inquiring mind and thoughtfully assess and identify those relationships and circumstances. So top down, starting with an entity and identifying relationships with each and every entity, and bottom up, starting with relationships that the individual might have, and then identifying entities that are involved and whether those entities are in any way related to the client. So at this point in time, we can maybe take questions that anyone of the board members might have. And for those that provided earlier comments, if you want to articulate your feedback to the task force, we're happy to have you do that as well.
Thank you very much, Caroline and Sylvia, for the detailed presentation and for all this work. I think it's really now time to collect some comments on the proposal of the task force on the developments that you are proposing since the last. So please.
Sorry. So maybe to kick it off, maybe I can get the task force members to see if they've got any comments, and maybe Sadia, if you want to share your views as well.
Go ahead, Sadia.
Good morning, everyone. As you may recall, at the last board meeting, I spoke about this year and the public interest on this individuals outside the firm. And I thought I should share why I'm in agreement with the provisions that the task force is putting forward. When we consider setting standards in the public interest, we have to consider balancing alternatives. And I think the task force has done that. And also balancing various stakeholder views. And I think that we have gone through a lot of different stakeholders and what would be preferences. But also we have to consider what is operable, how we're going to implement these one day, and which would be most beneficial in ensuring consistency. And with that in mind, understanding why a top-down versus a bottom-up approach would be more speaking to the risk of where those relationships lie would be something that we should take into account. That in mind, I am in support of the way the task force, the way we have landed up in this position, and I think that we have done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Caroline, I don't know if you want to ask the other task force members to say something. We have Mark wanting to speak, but if you want the task force to add anything. Okay, so Mark, please.
Thank you. It's a really difficult ask, isn't it, this? Because you're trying to deliver something that has a lot of overlapping and conflicting requirements. So, you know, firstly, I sort of recognise the enormous amount of work that's gone into getting us here. And Caroline's been very kind as well in taking time out to have conversations with me over where the task force has got to. I would prefer a single, very clear ethical line, although I understand that doesn't necessarily reflect the views of all of our stakeholders. And so, therefore, I can see that you're trying to strike a balance, and that balance still gives ultimately the decision-making authority to the group engagement partner to decide how they want to proceed. Although I expect there will be a challenge to the group engagement partner if they want to do something that goes further than the requirements of what we're proposing to put in the code. So I think, you know, sort of ultimately, there's flexibility in what you do for the group engagement partner and ultimately for jurisdictions to decide where they go in dealing with this revision to the code. I think there's one issue that I really struggle with in the presentation that we've had, and that is, you know, this knows or have reason to believe, and I say that because I think from a regulator with an enforcement objective, I think there is a significant risk that ignorance becomes a defense or could be used as a defense, and therefore is that an unenforceable line? So it doesn't allow a practitioner to say, I wasn't aware. I think we almost need to sort of say, you should have been aware. Not, you know, the expectation is not that you just didn't know. The expectation is you should have known, and therefore in an enforcement situation, you can deal with that. And I think that then also addresses the enforcement aspect in respect of potentially a group engagement partner, because they could say, well, we weren't communicated, we weren't told by the component auditor, and therefore there's nothing I could have done. Actually, this sort of higher bar sort of puts there. So I suppose where I get to is it's a sort of, it's a bit of a Marmite creation. Some people will love it, some people will hate it. I think there's enough there that I can you know, live with where the task force has landed, with that caveat of you know, that requirement in 405.7, because I do think it runs the risk of creating an unenforceable requirement, which we should look to avoid at all means. And I think you're going to come on to breaches later, aren't you, Caroline? So I'll leave my other comment for that. But you know, thank you for all the work that's been done on this. And I recognise that what the task force has been asked to do is not an easy ask.
It is not, for sure. Jens, please.
Thank you, Caroline, and to the whole task force. I'm seeing that it is a compromise you're finding out of all these different opinions. And I think the task is especially difficult because we have ISO 600, which is going in a certain direction, which you can't change by an ethical exercise, so to say. So this market concentration issue. And that's why I just want to highlight that perhaps also this balanced approach is just leading to the same outcome of market concentration, because if either an audit committee chair is listening to our conversation, he would say, oh, it's a felt or appeared like a less stringent standard, so I will make the opposite decision to take just one group auditor, and or the group auditor will, how to say, not insist, but motivate the client to take a different approach. So I just want to warn that this is a perfect solution, but I understand how you come to this compromise, and I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. I don't see anyone else. Yeah, Galen, please.
There we go. Thank you. I think this is really moving forward in a way that I'm really a lot more comfortable with than last time around the table. Just a few thoughts on this. The market concentration that you had talked about earlier, I'm glad to see you're going where you are with that. Market concentration has a lot of different roots and a lot of things that contribute to it. And I don't think trying to solve that with respect to independence is a good approach. So I'm very comfortable with that. On the issue of, when you're talking about component auditors, it's always difficult working with a firm outside of your network. So the focus on the public interest should be where we're going there, and so that I'm happy with that as well. I do have a question about NAS. I'm not sure how that's handled by the component audit firm. Maybe you can help me out a little bit with that. Relationships and financial interest, I think, is most important, but I'm not sure whether NAS has gone away or not. On the discussion about a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach, are you saying it's one of the two, or can it be both? And I think it should be both. And I do agree with what Mark said about the conflicting objectives and, a balanced approach. The other thing that I'm wondering about is this phraseology. All significant independence matters. What is significant? And if we've seen that sometimes something on the surface, maybe it seems vanilla. It doesn't really matter, but when you dig a little bit deeper, it is, there's a hidden matter underneath that is more important than what you might be thinking about. Now, what I'm thinking about here is the cryptocurrency problem that has just arisen in the last month or so that we've actually talked about in these meetings before. But I don't know if there's examples of that, if we're talking about materiality. How do you measure what's significant or not? But I do think the focus should be on that as opposed to simply a breach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Galen. Caroline, do you want to provide any reaction?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments. So thanks, Sadia, for your affirmation of our agreement with our position. Mark, in terms of knows or has reason to believe, I fully appreciate the discomfort there. And this is in the extent code. It's not something that the ETGA task force can change or do away with. It's about applying the conceptual framework, and so that's why I brought up, the role and mindset revision, which requires us or requires the PA to have an inquiring mind in applying the conceptual framework. And I think that helps to strengthen the code and the application of the knows or has reason to believe. So it's, as I said, it's not about not being blind and dumb and deaf to, what is factually there and that an individual ought to know, but really using judgment and questioning whether or not you've fully identified relationships and circumstances that are present and that you cannot ignore. So maybe in the basis for conclusion, we can re-emphasize this concept of applying the inquiring mind. So Jens, thanks for your support on the compromise position, and your view on the market concentration, I think is an interesting one, right? It's essentially it can work two ways, yeah, which is something I think that we acknowledge. Galen, thanks very much for for being comfortable with where we've landed. The question on NES for the component auditor firm, that still remains. We still require the component auditor firm to take into consideration the restrictions around the provision of non-assurance services. The exception would be in terms of the need for for concurrence from those charged with governance. And whether it's top down or bottom up, where we've landed is that regardless of which approach you apply, you should come to the same outcome in terms of independence. So we believe that that would be the case. And in terms of all significant independence matters, that's from, okay. So we had feedback from IOSCO C1 that said that it shouldn't only be breaches. And that's why in the communication part, we have this requirement to communicate significant independence matters, which what the chair of the IOSCO C1, how he termed it was the close calls, essentially. So it's not a breach, but it could have been, the conclusion could have been that it was viewed as a breach. So it's those close calls are what we would consider to be significant independence matters. Thanks, Ken, for weighing in.
I was going to comment on a slightly different point, Caroline. So I don't know if you're done responding to Galen. Are you done responding to Galen? Okay. No, I was just going to come back to Mark's comment, which I found actually quite interesting because I was just thinking about it. And that is the point that is ignorance enforceable. And it's an interesting conundrum. And I think it would be worthy of a discussion because as I think about it, I would argue when we think about independence and when really we are reflecting on what we are dealing with here, which is about the circumstances and relationships that an individual on the group audit at the component auditor firm level has or might have through an immediate family member, for example, whether those relationships or circumstances could influence that individual's thought process in the audit engagement. And if the individual is not even aware that he or she might have an interest or relationship, or maybe through an immediate family member, within any of the sort of yellow shaded boxes, one could question whether that ignorance would have any impact on that individual's thought process in terms of how he or she is making assessments when carrying out audit procedures. So it's almost kind of an oxymoron, if I can use that concept, because it doesn't kind of hold water in my sort of thinking, because if you're not aware of it, then it's unlikely that it's going to influence your judgments and so forth. So I'm not necessarily sort of disputing your comment, Mark, or necessarily challenging it, but it's just a conundrum that I think is it triggers a thought. And my sense is it's probably unlikely that if you're not aware that there is a relationship or circumstance in any of the yellow shaded boxes, if you don't know about it, it's not gonna, it's not going to do anything to the work you're doing as part of the audit, is essentially what I'm trying to say. So it's an interesting point, but it's I think in the whole scheme of things, from a practical impact perspective, I think it's probably not going to affect the end goal that we are sort of trying to achieve, which is independence for the individual. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Galen, just going back to significant, so we did check, and ISA 600 revised paragraph 16B talks about determining the group engagement partner having a basis for determining whether significant judgments made and conclusions reached are appropriate in relation to the group audit engagement. So we picked significant judgment on independence matters from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Angie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the task force. This is a incredibly complex issue that we're dealing with, mostly because we're handed with a very complicated and complex ISA 600. I mean, the concept involved is just, it is really very simple, that the auditor issues a report and they need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on the amounts and descriptions in the report. Those amounts and descriptions bubble up from various sources. Those are called components in the audit world, and they need to get sufficient evidence on it. I just wanted to place, but I am very mindful of the SMP and the issue of market concentration. But there are multiple public interests. I just want to put a marker down that there are multiple public interest issues here at play. And ultimately, I am siding on where the task force has landed because of the public interest in that ultimate audit report and the confidence that needs to be in the independence of that auditor and the entirety of all the auditors who provide information for that. But there is also for the non-PIs, there is, I think, a public interest in having professional accountants involved in non-assurance services, because I believe it improves the reliability and quality of their information. And to the extent that that is quelled by the involvement in the group audit, is, I think, is not in the public interest. But so we have competing public interest areas to decide: the purity, the independence of the auditor signing the report, or the quality of the information on the component level. And so I don't think we can have them both, because we can't. And ultimately, I having understood all the issues at that component level and sympathetic to it, I am siding on the overall group auditor independence aspect. But I just did want to mention for everyone that when we hear about market concentration, while sometimes that sounds like an accounting professional a protection thing, which to some extent it might be, keep in mind that when a professional accountant is involved, especially with less sophisticated companies in non-assurance services, they are improving the quality of that information and improving providing resources that ultimately benefit their stakeholders, which on a non-PI basis is a smaller group, but it still improves the quality of information. So I just wanted to make sure I share that. But while I'm not commenting specifically, I did want to make sure that I let everyone know about the internal argument that I had with those two. And Galen, you triggered that thought. So ultimately, I can support where the task force has landed. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Jens.
Only two very brief comments. One on Ken, you mentioned the independence and the influence on the quality of work. But I think there's still the aspect of independence in appearance in this context, which is also very important. But to the ignorance, I would say, from my jurisdictional experience, ignorance is not preventing from being punished, so to say, because a standard should be read objectively. So reasons to believe not in a subjective manner, but in an objective manner. I think that is the crucial point, that we are not saying he or she has not knew it and she had not individually reasons to believe, but she should have had reasons to believe is a best standard, also in the context of my interpretation of the code. So I just wanted to add this aspect, that it's not a loose standard, it's an objective standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. But if I might question, and this is a question that I had since I listened to Mark's initial intervention, what would you suggest, if anything, to overcome that difficulty in terms of ignorance being subject to enforcement or not being subject to enforcement, and with respect with what Jens just said? Is there anything, I mean, from your perspective, because Mark, you said I can live with this caveat with respect to the reason to believe. What could we, if anything, according to your view, do to overcome that difficulty?
Thank you, Gabriela. I was quite interested by Caroline's suggestion about something in the basis for conclusion to make absolutely clear. But I wonder whether actually, rather than the basis for conclusion, the right place is to put a piece of application material following that requirement in the code to really articulate exactly what you said could go in the basis for conclusion. Because then I think it would certainly give me the confidence that the point that Jens said about it being an objective assessment is strengthened, and there is no way of someone arguing that there's in fact a different interpretation. So I think that would be quite a helpful way of getting around that. So it's something maybe that the task force could consider.
Thank you, Mark. Caroline.
So before Denise responds, I will say that the task force did consider it, but the way that the code is structured is, because of its building block architecture, we don't repeat what's already in part one. Denise, do you?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I've heard the word compromise a couple of times, and that word actually doesn't sit that well with me, because I don't think we're compromising. Instead, we're focusing the individual's mind on what they should be looking at when determining if they have threats to their independence. And the other thing is, right now in the code, there's a certain leap of faith that individuals are identifying their relationships properly, that they're thinking about their immediate family members properly, because that some of this is just really, quite frankly, unauditable. So I think the concepts are really quite similar that we brought over into the individuals outside, but we've given more application material for how someone should be thinking about it. And also, in some extreme cases, we have corporate trees of 10,000 entities, when really the individual is thinking about their perhaps one family relationship. So that's why, instead of compromise, it's focusing the individual's mind in the right way to assess their independence. So just wanted to offer those comments.
Thank you, Denise. Galen, please.
Thank you. So I wonder whether the phraseology could just be expanded. What there is to prevent that from happening. No, should have known, or reason to believe. I think that basis of conclusions have its place, but I don't know that many practitioners that go back to basis of conclusions and read those thoroughly when they're grappling with these problems. I think Mark has raised a very good point. And from an enforcement standpoint, I don't think ignorance is bliss. It shouldn't be ignored when there's an opportunity to express a concern on the part of a practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Ken.
Yeah, I'll just caution the board not to think carefully, not to succumb to knee-jerk reactions as we could, especially with regard to the terminology, because to me, if I heard you, Galen, I mean, to use words like should have known essentially is going to bring hindsight judgment into the code, and I think that's going to create a lot of issues in terms of the standard and standard setting, because the code is a code that sets expectations of behavior, as it were, rather than setting provisions that is going to provide a platform for hindsight judgment, and I don't think we can have that. So I just urge caution as to how we look at this matter. I'd suggest the task force take back the comment as to whether there's anything further that might be possible to be done with regard to application material in the code to address this issue of a reason to believe, and again, maybe I'd also urge caution in terms of how we refer to the principle. It's not a reason to believe principle alone. It is a knows or has reason to believe, and the knows is very important to my mind, because you know what your circumstances are, and once you know, you cannot plead ignorance, and that's very critical. It applies throughout the code. To any requirement applies to audit team members. They are required to comply with all the provisions about financial interest, employment relationships, etc., and they will know about those. And that's no different from the knows part of the reason to believe principle. And again, it's a shorthand for us to say a reason to believe, and it conjures up a sort of softer approach, but it's, to my mind, it's not, because you either know or you don't know. But also, if you have a reason to believe, you have to take action. So let's be clear about this, and certainly we can explain that in our sort of supplementary materials outside of the code. But let's see if the task force might be able to think about something that might bring some additional clarity to the application material.
Thank you, Ken. Chana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Caroline and the task force for all the work. I think. Thank you, Caroline and the task force for all the work. It is moving in the right direction and can support the proposals put up. I just want to add to Mark's comment whether the task force could have a look at the application material, because I mean, I can't remember who said it, but generally people will not read the basis that much. So I think it would be a useful thing in the application material, and we are talking about important concept. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana. Well, Caroline, please.
Thank you, and yeah, the task force will take on board and review the comments and suggestions that were made. So at this point in time, yes, we will take a break. This is, I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Yes, that's what I was going to say. But before that, thank you for this very substantial discussion. What we can take, the takeaway from this discussion is that the board is generally comfortable with what's being proposed by the task force, which has been the result of incredible work done to try to reach a point where we can feel more comfortable about what, the proposal. There are some concerns left, as we can see, namely with respect to the should know or knows or whatever. And I think that scale and the topic of the significant independence matters has been very objectively explained why it is why it is included there. So I think that the remaining topic is actually what to do with this remaining concern about whether ignorance is relevant and how can it be made relevant. But where could we do something with this respect? But the task force will address this and come back with something that we hopefully can agree upon. This is a significant development, and I'm very grateful to the board for this constructive approach for something that we really had to do and work upon since the last meeting to make sure that we are in a more comfortable and reasonable place. And a last word from my side, I think that Denise is right when she says that this is not exactly about a compromise, it's about reaching something that at the same time is operable and serves the public interest in the right way. So we are not lowering, I think that is not the objective. We are not lowering the bar and the level of the exigency of these requirements, but trying to make it operable. So it's more about that than about making compromises. I don't know if Begonia at this point in time wants to say something.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, first of all, I arrived a bit late. Sorry for that. But no, I don't want to say much at the moment. Just to say that we think that it has been a big effort in the task force to achieve a solution that is not a compromise. It's a solution that tries to put the independence, the principle of independence, clear. And we think that in the public interest, that's very important. If this idea of having the top-down and bottom-up approaches together, they are going to work equally, this is something that we have to see. It has to be seen. This is a new way of dealing with it. But in principle, we think that this is a good solution, that having the partner of the engagement team as the responsible person of all the audit is important, but also making the component auditors and individuals responsible for that, well, is important as well. So at the moment, no, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Begonia. So we will now break for 15 minutes, I think, because 15. So we'll come back at 11.
11:15.
11:15.
Yeah,
you're generous. Thank you for being back. Thank you, Ken. Caroline, we are now moving to the next part of the presentation on ETGA. And Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. So we have up the slides that reflect the proposed text. And so we'll the task force will look at will consider how we can make revisions to the application material to address the comments that were raised. And probably if there's any change made, it might be either in 405.7A1, where we strengthen the application material and clarify, or potentially we'll look at adding on an additional application material. And this is the text that deals with the group engagement partners' responsibility to determine whether the component auditor firm is in compliance with relevant ethical requirements. So 405.4 A1 is really where we've brought in the reference to ISA 220 revised, and that is with agreement from the IEESB ISA 600 task force as well. That linkage back to ISA 220 and the responsibility of the group engagement partner. So as was mentioned earlier, in terms of the flow of information, what we are looking at is to reiterate the group audit team member within or engaged by a component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network would identify any relationship or circumstance that creates a threat to that individual's independence. And so the requirement is that that individual should notify the component auditor firm of such relationship and circumstance. And then the component auditor firm should evaluate the threats and assess whether there's a need to address those threats. And the component auditor firm would also communicate to the group engagement partner. And ultimately, the responsibility rests with the group engagement partner to evaluate the threat and take the appropriate action. But through this process flow, we're not leaving it to just one individual's decision or judgment. So any questions or comments in addition to what we've discussed earlier? Okay, if not, then we'll go on to breaches, and I'll pass it over to Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. So one of the other topics that came up during the outreach activities was the guidance provided for addressing breaches at the component auditor firm. Stakeholders generally supported the direction of the proposals or of the changes, but they raised some comments mainly around the communication of the breaches to the group auditor firm and to those charged with governance. So in case there is a breach to independence at the component auditor firm, the proposed guidance in the code sets out different steps and the responsibilities for the component auditor firm and for the group auditor firm, the group engagement partner as well. So the first step that's on the slide now, it's regarding the steps and the responsibility of the component auditor firm. And as you may recall, during September, we had a discussion whether if it's necessary to have a separate approach for component auditor firm outside the group auditor firm's network and for those who are within that network, as it was proposed in the ED. So at that point, the task force presented that the objective of the communication about the breaches at the component auditor firm is to provide information to the group auditor firm and really to enable them to make a determination whether they can use the work of the component auditor firm. Since this objective is the same, regardless of whether the component auditor firm is within or outside the group auditor firm's network, we believe, or at that time the task force proposed, that the guidance be the same for all component auditor firm. So if the component auditor firm identifies a breach, now the code, the proposal would require the firm to end, suspend, or eliminate the breach and address the consequences, evaluate the significance and the impact on its objectivity, determine any actions that can address the consequences, and finally, promptly communicate in writing to the group engagement partner all the breach and the impact on the objectivity and the proposed actions. So in September, we have a discussion about these communication, and that time we proposed that these communication take place in writing. The reason being because these communication will be the basis of many subsequent steps, the steps that the group engagement partner and those charged with governance will take. So the task force believes that there is a strong argument here to have these communication in writing. So once the group engagement partner gets this information from the component auditor firm, the proposal requires the engagement partner to review the component auditor firm's assessment of the significance of the breach and the impact on its objectivity, and also review any proposed actions. And most importantly, to evaluate the group auditor firm's ability to use the component auditor firm's work for the group audit. The code already provides some guidance and requires the group engagement partner to exercise professional judgment and use the reasonable and inferred third party test to determine whether the component auditor firm's objectivity is compromised. And as a final step, the group engagement partner needs to communicate the breaches to those charged with governance of the group audit client. So although there is the same approach for the component auditor firms, whether they are within or outside the network, we proposed that there would be a different approach regarding the communication of the breaches to those charged with governance, depending on whether the component auditor firm is within or outside the group auditor firm's network. Simply because the objective of the communication is different in these different scenarios. Once the component auditor firm is within the network, the objective of the communication to provide information on the independence of the group auditor firm and its network. If the component auditor firm is outside the network, the objective of the communication is to provide information to those charged with governance on whether the group auditor firm can actually use the work of the component auditor firm. So the first scenario, if the component auditor firm is within the network, that there are already requirements and application material in the extent code in section 400 that requires the group engagement partner to communicate the breach, the significance of the breach, and also subsequently communicate in writing the discussion with those charged with governance on the specific breach, and the part of the policies and procedures relevant to breaches, and how the firm suggests to reduce the risk for further occurrence of such breaches. So that's what we have in the extent code. And what's in the slide now, this is what's in the proposal in section 405 for the guidance in case there is a breach in the component auditor firm outside the network. So in that case, there is also a requirement for the group engagement partner to discuss the significance and the impact of the breach on the component auditor firm's objectivity and the proposed actions. And after that, the task force aimed to mirror the procedure there is currently in the extent code. And also we have heard from board members and stakeholders as well that they believe that there should be an alignment. Therefore, we we propose that the group engagement partner also communicates in writing the content of this discussion, and also ask for the obtain concurrence of those charged with governance, that they can use the work of the component auditor firm. So actually, what's the process on the slide now? That's already what we have presented in September. The changes are mainly around the way of the communication. And so the task force proposes that these communication be in writing between the component auditor firm and the group engagement partner, and subsequently between the group engagement partner and those charged with governance. And we would stop here for any questions or comments regarding the guidance on breaches.
Thank you, Sylvia. Mark.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'm about 98.5% happy. My one reservation is on the dealing with those charged with governance, where you're asking those charged with governance to concur. The auditor has to have complete freedom to determine how they plan and perform their audit. What you're asking for could be seen as a precondition on that, and therefore I think there would be a conflict with paragraph 7 of ISA 210, because what you're actually saying is that if the group auditor had carried out their own assessment of any threat to independence and they'd concluded that there was not a threat and therefore they would place reliance, but those charged with governance disagreed, you potentially have a conflict there between preconditions for an audit and the acceptance of an engagement under ISA 210 and what we're proposing here. I have no reservation at all about the communication, but I don't believe that the concurrence is a good step for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Angie.
Thank you, Chair. And no, thank you for the task force. I do appreciate the consideration of my previous comments. I did want to mention that I do believe there is a substantial difference in the writing communications, that communicating with those charged with governance is an output of the audit process to those charged with governance. And I think it's unassailable that ought to be in writing. I continue to believe that the ethical construct of a professional accountant's behavior doesn't need to be reduced to writing. So I had no problems with the inconsistency between one and the other. And I'm saying this more to lay a marker down for any future projects we get involved with, that just because something's communicated in writing to those charged with governance does not mean that it ought to be documented in writing or communicated in writing, but I think the component auditing firm could have a fine ethical behavior if they fairly and promptly communicated to the group auditor. The group auditor could obviously ask for it to be in writing or can document it themselves. But I did want to say that I see the differences in those two writings. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Jens.
I'm very happy with this process you have described, Sylvia. I just have one question, whether this is covered either by 4.5.24 or in other more general parts on breaches. It's just my ignorance that I'm not aware of, because in R4.5.24 you're saying, or we are saying, upon receipt. What is happening if the group engagement partner is becoming aware of a breach which has not been communicated, that it's clear that the same thought process then should follow? Just for clarification, I think there's no disagreement, but perhaps you can think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Caroline, back to you, or Sylvia.
Thank you very much for the comments. And Mark, we will definitely consider the issue you have raised. We just wanted to point out that actually this is already a requirement in the extent code for the firms, that if those charged with governance do not concur that the action proposed addresses the consequences, that they cannot go on with the audit engagement. So actually we mirror that approach. So thank you. And yeah, thank you very much for your comments as well. And we will discuss these points, and also the reason we had quite a lot of discussion within the task force that what should be the form of this communication. And just because we got quite a lot of comments as well from monitoring group members as well, that this should be also in writing. So yeah. And sorry.
And Andy, just to add on that, you know, because you've got it's like passing messages, right? And you don't want any miscommunication or misinformation as the message gets passed on. So in that sense, something that's in writing would be useful, and it could be that what's passed on is what was written by the component auditor firm with, you know, that sets out their thinking and their judgment. Thank you.
And Jens, thank you very much for your comments. I think that's true. Our intention was that the process should be the same, whether the breach is, whether the group engagement partner learns about the breach upon the communication and elsewhere. So we will definitely reflect that approach in the text. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. Sorry, thank you, Sylvia, for the very clear and open reactions. Caroline, should we move forward, or do you want to add anything? I don't see anyone else wanting to comment. So we can move
We'll
forward.
move forward.
Yeah, thank you.
So next we come to effective date. And so, you know, the aim is for the board to approve the proposed proposals at this meeting. The effective date would be 15 December 2023, in line with ISA 600 revised. We also have an effective date of 15 December 2024, because there are certain terms where we reference listed entity. And so in order to align with the revised PI definition, which comes into effect 15 December 2024, there'll be changes made at that point in time as well. In addition, there are certain chapters, two chapters, chapters 3 and 5, in the papers that are meant to, one of them is meant to address, I guess, an oversight in the NES revision. And because the NES revision is effective December 2022, the proposal is that, you know, the minute we approve this final text, then that change in chapter 3 takes effect immediately. In the case of chapter 5, that is to address the quality management standards, where we essentially have reference to engagement quality reviewers and engagement quality review. So that terminology is also effective December 2022. And as a result, the proposal is for chapter 5 to also be effective immediately on approval. So as we mentioned earlier, during our meeting with the Forum of Firms, the question was raised as to whether the proposed effective date would provide sufficient time for adoption and implementation. And we also had PAOs reaching out to us with the same question. And we recognize that the final text is subject to PIOB approval, even if the board approves it in December. And we're mindful that we don't want to run into the risk that there's inconsistent application. So the task force believes that it's in the public interest to have the relevant ethical requirements available once ISO 600 revised comes into effect. So aligning our effective date together with ISO 600 revised. But as Ken has mentioned, we've brought the matter to the attention of the PIOB staff, and they will discuss with the PIOB to see if there's any possibility of bringing forward their approval date without impacting their due process. One other point to bring to the attention of the board is that we are proposing a transitional provision, and this transitional provision concerns ongoing non-assurance services provided by the component auditor firm to the component audit client. So for example, if the group audit client is a PI, then the component auditor firm is required to apply the PI provisions from the effective date. And so currently, if that component audit client is not a PI, is itself not a PI, if the component auditor firm is the statutory auditor of that component audit client, they would be applying the non-PI requirements. And so requiring them to apply the PI provisions would be an incremental change. And so the task force is proposing a transitional provision in line with the NASP pronouncement. So the this transitional provision will allow the component auditor firm to continue any ongoing non-assurance service engagement with the component audit client that that follows the extend code provisions until the completion of the engagement, if the work has already commenced and in accordance with the original terms of engagement. There's a proposal that we do allow the group auditor firm to override at their discretion if they are early adopting this the entire pronouncement. So at this point, any questions or comments on effective date and the transitional provision?
Thank you, Caroline. Rich, please.
Thank you, and Caroline and Task Force, thank you for all the effort on this. On this effective date, and Caroline, I have a couple questions. Did you say you're going to talk to the IEESB about them deferring their effective date? Did I misunderstand that?
Rich, maybe I can answer your question. Yes, we have already spoken with them, but it's unlikely that they would extend the effective date of ISO 600 revised.
So I would throw out for consideration that we cannot have provisions go effective when we vote on this next week. Because if you look at some of those items that are in those paragraphs, you will instantly create breaches, like long association. If it's going to apply to entities that it has not applied to before. Similar with the provisions on NAS. So we need to think about maybe an alternative effective date for those sections. I'd suggest. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Mark.
Thank you. So you know, I thought about alternatives. And did wonder, you know, is there an option to say have a later effective date with the opportunity for early adoption? But actually, I've sort of personally concluded I think the public interest is best served, as you say, aligning the effective date with ISO 600. I think so. I'm very comfortable with that. I did wonder, along the lines of what Rich said, whether the 15th December 2022 sort of thing actually needs to be punted out by 6 months, because for the same reason we'll end up with a lot of immediate breaches. So is there the possibility of saying something like 15th of June 2023 to at least offer some breathing space on some of those sort of immediate provisions that would come through on the adoption of the standard? I know it's not a huge amount of time, but it's better than creating immediate breaches.
Thank you, Mark. Caroline. Ken.
Sorry, Rich, if you can clarify your point about immediate breach in terms of long association.
So if you're applying long association, you could, for the first time to an account, to somebody on an account, they have no chance to rectify that because they're in the middle of the audit. If their calendar year end, they've already created the breach as of that day. And similar, if they're if you designate them as a key audit partner for some reason, which is an option that's in there, and they've already served the 7-year period, that's a problem. And I think there are similar examples one could come up with on the NAS pieces. I haven't gone through those in all the detail, but that's what Mark suggested was exactly what I was getting at. Can we create some gap here to allow for reasonable adoption?
Do you want to respond?
Maybe just a small point of clarification before financial years beginning after December 15th, 2023. So it would be, you would have time to figure it out, a short period of time, Rich, but you would have time.
I thought what Caroline said was for those sections in 3 and 5, chapters 3 and 5, it would be immediate upon the vote. That's what she said.
Yes, so, sorry. So Rich, yes, that's right. That's what I said. But those two changes are yes, in terms of 3, it's to correct an error in the NES provision. So in the NES provision, we do require taking into consideration services, non-assurance services that were provided in prior period. But we should also consider non-assurance services that are currently ongoing. And so that conforming change that we are making in chapter 3 is meant to address the error that we made in NAS, essentially. So in terms of the intention of the board when it approved the NAS provision, the intention was not to limit the consideration of non-assurance services relating just to prior years, but any non-assurance service that could impact the independence of the auditor, of the auditor. So so that is really a change, not as a result of the engagement team group audit independence, but it was something that we identified in the course of our project. And because we are addressing that, we in our text in 405, we then introduce a conforming change in the NES provision. So that's chapter 3. Chapter 5 is in relation to quality management standard. So it's just changes in the terminology or the language. There's no effect that the change in terminology has no effect whatsoever. So it's not likely that it would give rise to any breach. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Rich, is this clear?
Let me study it some more. I'm not following that last part. I mean, if you're applying non-long association for the first time and you're saying you got to apply it starting on December, whatever it is, let's say 7th, that would seem problematic if you've never had to apply it before to that account.
Well, thank you for raising that concern, which I think it's a legitimate one. There is no easy answer to this, but I'm sure that the task force will consider it carefully and see whether if there is any possibility between the two options of immediate entry into force or application and delaying the date in terms that would create a disalignment and disconnection between the 600 and our standards. Possibly some gradual, I don't know, but Caroline, yes.
It might be helpful if we could get on that section a markup to extent to understand what this change is actually doing.
Sorry, can you repeat?
It might be helpful if we could get a markup to the extant code so we could better understand what this change in chapter 5 is doing, because it's not very apparent.
Yes, Rich, we will definitely provide that. It's just we didn't make any changes to the ED version. So what's currently in the ED would be the final version, but we will circulate a markup version to that.
Thank you, Sylvia. Begonia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I haven't understood quite well. Is the idea to make compulsory, mandatory some provisions after the voting or after being approved by the PIOB? I didn't understand quite well what you said.
So it would be after the approval of the PIOB when the final text is released. Thank you. So maybe just Gabriella, going back to Rich's question about chapters 3 and 5. So as I mentioned, chapter 3 deals with edits to NAS due to an error, and the NAS revisions which come into effect 15 December 2022 as drafted only cover evaluation of threats to independence created by services provided in prior financial statement periods and does not cover services that were provided in the current period when the financial statements are subject to audit. So since NAS will already be effective when ETGA is approved and issued, the effective date for Chapter 3 that's proposed for this conforming amendment is to be the date of the issuance of the final ETGA pronouncement, and that is after PIOB approval. In relation to Chapter 5, Chapter 5 deals with consequential edits as a result of coordination on the quality management standards, ISQM 1 and 2. So there's references to the phrase provide quality control for the audit engagement, and that is to be replaced with perform an engagement quality review or a review consistent with the objective of an engagement quality review for the engagement. So as ISQM 1 and 2 are effective December 15, 2022, the effective date for these consequential changes that are set out in Chapter 5 is proposed to be when ETJA is issued. So having said that, your comment then around long association and any other provisions that are being introduced as a result of Section 405, the reason for it being effective for financial statements beginning on or after 15 December 2023 is really because in ISA 600 revised, we're going to have a broadened out definition of the audit team. And if we don't define the independence requirements for those individuals, it creates a challenge essentially.
I supported the 2023. It was your statements around 2022 until you clarified it. And frankly, Begonia's observation is extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi.
Thank you. I'm really supportive of applying the provision effective 2023 in order to align them with the ISA 600 revised. I'm a bit worried and concerned about those provisions that could be applied immediately, because I wonder whether you have considered the fact that professional accountants should amend their internal policies, and these require times. And maybe jurisdictions should also implement a process to make them effective in the jurisdictions, and these also require time. So I wonder, especially with reference to Chapter 3, I don't think that there is time to apply the rule overnight, even if they are simply a correction or prior errors. And therefore, I strongly recommend to provide more time for professional accounting firms and even jurisdictions to align this rule. Elsewhere, I suspect they will be, well, there could be non-consistent application across the world.
Thank you, Luigi. Chana.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Caroline and Sylvie, for the presentation. I think I would also support the December 2023 date because we have to align with ISA 600. Yes, it will create some issues to, for the jurisdiction to go through its own due process. But if the final text is available on the IESBA website, then, people can take that up and start the process. I'm also concerned about the December 2022 date, and like Rich mentioned, would like to see a markup. I'm not too worried about the quality management changes because that's it's obvious. So the quality management changes don't concern me as much, but it concerns me the changes in Chapter 3 because you can't flick a switch because the jurisdiction has to go through its own processes as well to change the text.
Thank you, Chana. Christelle.
Thank you. I have a comprehension problem here. Does this mean that on this Chapter 3, right now, because it is miswritten, you might have auditors that provide NAS during this year, 2022, that would be forbidden for the past, but not for the current year? Is this the situation that we are addressing? I understand that the question is about the current year. Yeah. So this means that during 2022, despite the fact that there is a new provision asking them not to do this NAS for the past years, they would feel okay for the current year. I don't understand the realism, yeah, of this kind of thinking.
Thank you, Christelle. Caroline, do you want to provide any clarification?
Thank you. So Luigi and Chana, I hear you in terms of chapter 3, and Christelle, to your point or your question, the answer is yes. So if you read the code and apply the code right now, essentially you could be providing a non-assurance service that is not permissible, that's prohibited, and because it was something that was in the current year under review, the way that the code is drafted, you don't take that into consideration. But if you apply the whole code in its entirety, you would consider the threat to your independence, and you would still say that, you know, that service ought not to be provided or ought to be discontinued. So so in essence, the language change that we are proposing should not have a material effect, because the application of the code should already prevent such an instance from occurring. But if you, because we say that in the code, in adopting and applying the code, you should follow the substance and not just the letter of the code. So that was the thinking behind the immediate effective date. But you know, listening to Luigi's comment about the need to change policies, and that takes time, I think that's something that the task force can think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just a few thoughts or reactions. I agree with Luigi and Chana that the task force should reconsider the proposal with regard to the effective dates for chapters 3 and 5. Absolutely, firms and jurisdictions will need to make whatever changes they need to make at their end. And we should not assume that on the day the pronouncement is issued, subject to behavior approval, that they will already have made those changes. So let's give that some thought. The second point I want to raise, and that's more a point of clarification in relation to one of the comments from Richard earlier, and that's in relation to the long association provisions. And I just want to make clear to the board that even if the provisions were to be early adopted, there won't be any sort of immediate breaches of the code, because the provisions will come into effect as essentially as a change in practice, but in having regard to whether we are dealing with PI group audits or not non-PI group audits. And the long association provisions really are only relevant insofar as partner rotation requirements are concerned. They only deal with PI group audit clients, and those requirements apply to key audit partners. And the clock for the time-on period essentially will start from the moment the individual at the component auditor firm is designated as a key audit partner. In other words, it doesn't look back. You know, if the individual has been on the component audit client for a number of years, and then the PI requirements come into effect because the provisions are adopted at the group audit firm level, there's no look back. But the provisions are prospective in the sense that from the moment the individual is designated as a key audit partner, the clock starts and we start to count up to the 7-year time on maximum term of service. So that's to say that there should not be an issue. The third point is about the adoption of the provisions at the jurisdictional level. And I think it's important for the board to be familiar with basically how processes are pursued at the national level, and these really will vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But many jurisdictions do have to follow their own national due processes, and these do take time. Some jurisdictions are a lot faster and they're a lot quicker off the starting block. In Australia, full sort of compliments to China in having put in place a very efficient system of getting IESBA's standards adopted as soon as the board sort of issues them, and have them effective date, have the effective date in Australia coincide with the effective date issued or established by IESBA. But in some jurisdictions, the processes take a bit longer. That's one. And therefore, whatever effective date IESBA establishes for the provisions might not be effective date that will apply necessarily at the national level. Secondly, for ISA 600 revise itself, some jurisdiction, and at least that's my understanding, some jurisdictions will not be able to meet a December 23 effective date, simply because of the complexity of the standard and the national due processes again, and therefore the effective date for ISA 600 is actually beyond December 23. And for those jurisdictions, they will do what they will need to do, and they will have for that reason, they will have more flexibility to align the effective date of the changes to the code with the effective date of their version of ISA 600. So a number of considerations there, but at least from a principle level for this board, it makes a lot of sense to try to be consistent with the effective date of ISA 600.
Thank you very much, Caroline.
So I guess just to add on to what Ken has said, in a jurisdiction, if you are the adoption of ETGA or the effective date of ETGA should really coincide with when that jurisdiction adopts ISA 600 or the equivalent, because this project on engagement team group audit is really as a consequence of ISA 600 revised. So it doesn't make sense for the two not to go hand in hand in terms of effective date.
Okay, so I don't see anyone else wanting to provide comments. As far as I understand, the task force will take these comments into consideration and analyze the best possible solution in terms of effective date, also for chapters 3 and 5, against the comments and the evidence that has been brought by the board members. And with this, I think that we are reaching almost the end, but I'll give you the floor back, Caroline, for the final explosion.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just a couple of more slides that we wanted to highlight some other revisions that we have made to the text. These are not substantial or significant revisions, mainly clarification that we just wanted to highlight or raise for the board and ask for your input on these changes. And if you have any other suggestions on the revisions we have made in agenda item 2A. So one of the first point that was not a significant change, but was highly debated or previously, and we got comments from stakeholders as well, that in section 400, there is a guidance for the users of the code to help them determine the engagement team members in the context of an audit, and also the audit team members, with special regards to experts. As experts, depending on their roles, they can be engagement team members, audit team members, or not even part of the audit team. So The task force intention was to provide specific examples to these kind of experts to help the users of the code. So in paragraph 400.11, there are a couple of examples of experts. And in the first bullet point, there are examples of experts with expertise in specialized area of accounting or auditing who perform audit procedures. Therefore, they are engagement team members. One of the example is some experts with expertise in IT. And we provided wording to describe these experts, and we got comments from IESBA, also from board members during September, that they have some questions around the word automated tools and how we should describe the analyze. So the task force actually went back to the wording of ISA 220, because the intention was to replicate what we have in ISA 220 regarding these IT experts. So the wording that you can see on the screen now is mirroring the wording of an application material in ISA 220. One of the other changes, well, oh, sorry. Did I do that? I didn't know I can do such a thing, but uh-oh. And one more. Thank you very much. So finally, we landed on the period during which independence is required. And at the September meeting, the task force presented a wording that would help the users of the code determine the period during which the independence of a component audit firm outside the group auditor firm's network is required. So there is an actual guidance that refers back to the extent code provisions. And also we presented an approach or an exception for engagements that are not recurring in nature. And we wanted to provide the opportunity for the group engagement partner to determine the independence of or the period during which the independence is required. It was only, again, for engagements that are not recurring in nature. However, we've heard from the board as well that it's not appropriate to provide such a discretion for the group engagement partner, and the task force accepted these comments. So we deleted these proposed guidance. However, our suggestion is that they would be picked up as part of FAQs in the future. And the final point I wanted to raise, again, not a substantial change, it's just clarification. It's about the requirement when the group audit client is a PI, the code requires the component audit firms to comply with the PI provisions in section 600 when they are providing non-assurance services to the component audit client. So there is a requirement to apply the PI provisions in section 600, except the requirements regarding obtaining pre-approval of obtaining concurrence from those charged with governance. So this is not a new approach. It was in the text in September as well. However, we felt that it is an important part of the proposals, so it shouldn't be hidden in the requirement, and we lifted out and included that in another requirement that would clarify and explain the intention. So not just referring to the paragraphs, but describing what would that exception mean, and we hope that would support the consistent application. Again, this exception is only for the purposes of the group audit. So if the component auditor firm is a statutory auditor or carries out any other audit, then they need to apply with the relevant requirements. So these were the three areas where we believe that we made some editorial clarifications verse to raise, but we are interested in your comments in any other revisions in agenda item 2A.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Any comments to these other proposals or suggestions? Well, it seems that everybody is fine with it. We have no comments, and so I think that we are reaching the end of the discussion of this topic. I don't know, Caroline, do you want to add anything?
Thank you. So thank you to the board members for their comments, those that came before our meeting, as well as the comments that were raised today. The task force will take your comments on board and we'll consider them in our meeting this afternoon. We will develop turnaround text, taking into account the comments that we received today and in advance, and we'll share that text with you by Thursday morning. And on Friday, we will then do a page turn with all the full text. And hopefully we can get to a vote on 7th December. So thank you very much to the board members, as well as to Sylvia and the task force.
Thank you very much also on my side. I think this is a very successful development with respect to this project. And I very much hope that we will be able to take a vote on the 7th, and that the turnaround of the documents that I anticipatedly thank to the task force and to the staff, because it's very difficult during these days to work in a way that you can make it available for the board before we leave to analyze and decide and discuss the changes. So thank you very much, but I very much hope that these adjustments that will be made in accordance to the comments and suggestions by the board will make us able to agree upon a final text and a final proposal. And so with this, I think that we are ready for this morning. Ken, do you have anything to add, or can we break?
Yeah, well, yes, certainly, Gabrielle, before we break, I just wanted to just observe that this task force has done an enormous amount of work because as I look at all the conference call, the video calls I have participated in, I number them 40 since the beginning of this project. 40 calls over the trajectory of this project, and that's not including the in-person meetings or the meetings in the margins of the board meeting or these one-on-one conversations we've had. But 40 calls, which is an unbelievable amount of work. Not including all the outreach activities as well, which I think we spent a better part of half an hour this morning briefing the board on. So all to say, Gabriela, that I'm really hoping that the board will be able to bring this project to a close, because it's been a very long journey. But with that, certainly we can take an early break for lunch and come back at 1:30.
Yes, and thank you for raising that, and also kudos for all the people that along this a long time worked in this project, because it changed a lot in terms of task force composition, as far as I know, because I joined in a very mature phase of the process, but there were many different board members, different chairs, different staff, etc. So it was a little bit bumpy also from that perspective. Thank you very much for having been able to take it when the train was already in movement, and to bring it to the station. Thank you. So we'll break now and we will reconvene at 1:30. Let's be.
Yeah, 1:30, and we are having some external speakers coming for the sustainability session. Thank you.
So slight change of the program or the agenda. The ISSP representative is not connecting, so I've kindly asked David Madden from IFAC, who kindly accepted to present to the IESBA board on the research. Oh,
Sorry, he's just joined now.
sorry, I'm sorry, David. David, so sorry. So okay. So good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, Granville Martin. Mark, do you want to introduce the ISSP representative?
Thank you, Gabriella. So Granville is joining us to talk about, or to provide an update on the ISSB and its work. And he's got some interesting questions to pose to us as well as a board that he discussed with Ken and I yesterday. He's a director of regulatory outreach for the ISSB, in particular focusing on the Americas. And he also has a background in, before the ISSB being set up, in the Value Reporting Foundation and in SASB. So let me just hand over to you, Granville, and we're here to listen to you. And then I know board members will be very interested to ask you some questions. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mark. And I appreciate the invitation, and I apologize for being late. You would have thought that, you know, almost 3 years into this, I would be better at anticipating these problems, but apologies for being a couple minutes late. I'm pleased to be here to follow up Sue Lloyd's presentation earlier this year. And I want to provide an update to what the ISSB, the board, actually is now meeting, and it's fully staffed, and some of the decisions that the board has been taking with an eye towards issuance of standards as early as possible in 2023. We are really excited to find a way to collaborate on with the IESBA as it revises its code. There are, I think, some novel questions with respect to the code and assurance standards, for that matter, with respect to sustainability reporting. So, you know, we stand ready to work with you all to think through some of these issues. At a high level, we feel like the ISSB standards really can assist professionals in effectively exercising their professional judgment and discharging their duty for professional competence and due care. Having said that, there are, as I mentioned, there are probably going to be some areas where there are elevated risk of greenwashing, where we would like to do whatever we can to help you think through. And I think that some of that will become more clear in the new year. So let me start with a quick update on the ISSB itself and its redeliberations. As I mentioned, the board of 14 is now fully in place and is actively deliberating the standards and taking decisions. We received about 1,400 comment responses through our due process earlier this year, and we're very gratified by that. Of course, you can imagine that it takes quite a bit of staff and board time to make our way through that number of comments and to meaningfully digest what investors, preparers, and other stakeholders, including some regulators, have provided to us, including Mark and his day job, the FCA in the UK. You know, the decisions of the ISSB are intended to meet the information needs of investors, which I know this audience knows, but I think bears repeating for folks who may be viewing into this public meeting. So what has the IESBA been considering over the last month? At its latest meeting, the IESBA discussed the timing of when sustainability reports must be provided. There is very significant support among commenters for simultaneous reporting, but there's also concern about implementation challenges around the simultaneous reporting of sustainability and financial information. And as a result, the IESBA has decided to keep the requirement to publish simultaneously, but will allow later reporting of the sustainability information aligned with the first half results for an undetermined period of time as transition relief. So the board is going to, has concluded that simultaneous reporting will be required, but that there will be a relief period, and that the board's going to return to how long that relief period ought to be in the coming meetings. Another important topic is around digital reporting and the digital taxonomy, which the IESBA has been prioritizing. We heard from a lot of stakeholders, including regulators, that ensuring that the reporting pursuant to IESBA standards is digital from day one was important, and the board has reaffirmed our commitment to making that happen. And there's a lot of behind the scenes staff work to create an effective digital taxonomy. Other key announcements or decisions that the board has made around greenhouse gas emissions, clarifying language that was found to be confusing, and requirements for industry-specific disclosures with respect to climate are three big themes. Let me give you a little more detail around those, I should say. The requirement to use climate-related scenario analysis. The board confirmed that companies are required to use climate-related scenario analysis when reporting on climate resilience, and to explain whether and how climate-related scenario analysis is used by the issuer to identify climate-related risks and opportunities. We got a lot of comments about support for the use of climate-related scenario analysis, but also requests for application support to help preparers think through what scenarios ought to be used by a company. And so to that end, the board has concluded that we will provide materials that build on the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, to provide guidance for companies on how to undertake scenario analysis, the way in which the analysis must be undertaken, and the companies, and whether or not companies of a particular scale or size or sophistication will have to conduct scenario analysis. So there is envisioned that there will be criteria to determine how climate-related scenario analysis is required of companies and what particular characteristics companies would need to have in order to be required to do that. On greenhouse gas emissions, the board heard a lot that companies and investors can't fully understand transition risks without the disclosure of absolute gross scopes 1, 2, and 3 greenhouse gas emissions, which is what's proposed in the S2 standard. But we also heard a great deal, or I should say the board also heard a great deal about the challenges with respect to measuring, collecting, and disclosing scopes 1, 2, and 3, particularly with respect to 3. The board has therefore confirmed that when material, entities will be required to disclose scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions. But this decision was also accompanied by the decision to provide appropriate relief to companies. So to address company concerns, the IESBA is going to further consider relief provisions that would include how to characterize scope 3 disclosures that would provide a safe harbor that regulators could rely upon to provide a safe harbor for scope 3 emissions disclosures in order to reduce the risk of liability associated with disclosing this information, and further guidance on how to measure greenhouse gas emissions in a scalable manner. One of the key questions that we heard with respect to scope 3 is about the use of estimates. When you're talking about companies that may have many suppliers, the use of estimates is going to be required by many companies, and how and what methodologies companies can rely upon with respect to those estimates, that's an important issue that the board is going to revisit. There was a lot of commentary in the comment file on that specific issue. Simplification. The board is working to simplify wording in a couple of critical areas. The board received feedback that some of the language used in the draft standards to describe what information is material to investors was not easily understood and could cause confusion when preparing disclosures. This feedback focused on the terms enterprise value and quote the term significant, which had been used within the objective and assessment of materiality. As a consequence, the IESBA is looking at better ways to communicate how we describe which sustainability risks and opportunities must be reported on without changing the intent. To this end, the board will use the same definition of material that's used in the IFRS accounting standards. And the IESBA is also going to consider how to use existing IFRS materials to better articulate the scope of information that is required to be provided. That I used the term significant, or highlighted the term significant earlier. There was significant, pardon my, you can see why it can be confusing. The term significant in relation to material information caused meaningful confusion among some of the commenters in terms of, on the one hand, identifying significant risks that that the issuer would need to disclose material information in relation to. So by eliminating the term significant, we hope that preparers and their auditors will be more clear about the universe or ambit of information that ought to be considered for disclosure as material. And this was certainly the inclusion of the term significant was intended to clarify and to help companies identify that universe of sustainability information. But in the end, I think the market was saying that they found it confusing. Industry-specific standards, which I also mentioned. We saw very significant support among investors that industry-specific disclosures are in fact decision useful, but there was some feedback that further consideration may be needed to ensure that the industry-based climate disclosures will provide relevant information across markets. There was some concern that some of the regulatory references in the SASB standards that had been, the climate-related portions of the SASB standards that had been extracted from the SASB standards and placed as an appendix B in S2, that some of those regulatory references made it difficult to apply those disclosures in markets around the world. And so the decision has been taken that while companies will be required to provide industry-specific climate disclosures, for now, Appendix B of S2 will be non-mandatory guidance, and that those SASB-derived Appendix B standards will be used as illustrating examples of appropriate disclosures, and that the IESBA is going to take time to ensure disclosures are relevant across jurisdictions with a view to making them mandatory in the future following further consultation. In addition, the S1 standard, the general requirement standard, states that entities shall consider the SASB standards both to identify what sustainability-related risks and opportunities to report on and to develop disclosures. This means that entities should look at the SASB standards for their disclosure in the absence of a specific IESBA standard. And I think this is one of the issues or questions that Mark raised. We think it's worth noting here that the role of the industry-specific SASB standards, can they play a meaningful role in helping professionals to meet their duty of professional competence by providing a roadmap to identifying potentially material information for companies in particular industries. I have been in the ESG space for some time. I have known over the years that the SASB standards are actually, in addition to providing substantive guidance and framework about what to disclose for individuals or companies without a great deal of experience with this disclosure, simply referring to the industry-specific and industry-based standards is helpful in really doing a quick materiality assessment. What issues and risks and opportunities should I, as a company, be thinking about? And while sustainability risks present and vary from company to company, and certainly from sector to sector, using the SASB standards and auditors using the SASB standards in order to understand and really just to ground truth, are all of the right risks and opportunities being considered here? We think they have real application here. So going forward, the IESBA, the board, is very committed to providing clarity on its roadmap to delivering the global baseline so that preparers, investors, and jurisdictions can prepare for implementation and can understand the speed with which the IESBA is moving and how this might affect their practices over time. Specifically, we would argue that for companies that are already doing TCFD and SASB-related disclosures, that they're well positioned for the forthcoming IESBA standards. And we would certainly encourage companies to, if they haven't already, begin the process of thinking through what kind of governance structure and internal controls do I need in place in order to do competent sustainability disclosure. To this end, the IESBA, we've decided to separate our future work into two areas. First, the IESBA is focused on the foundation building to ensure the successful application and implementation of the S1 and S2 standards to ensure that the establishment of additional sustainability reporting goes smoothly. And second, the IESBA is planning for a consultation in the first half of 2023 on new areas of work to determine what should be prioritized once S1 and S2 have been issued. So we will continue to work and support connectivity of the IESBA standards with the IASB, interoperability with the GRI, continuing to work with key jurisdictions like the European Union on interoperability, with the ESRS, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards that are underway right now. And then, of course, we'll continue to be focused on researching potential incremental improvements to both the general requirements S1 and the climate reporting standard S2. So we have a very full plate. I know you do too. I know I've said quite a bit. So I'll stop right here. 2023 is going to be an exciting time for sustainability disclosure, and we look forward to working with you all. So I'll stop right there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Granville, for joining us, for your time, and for this excellent presentation. It is very important for the IESBA to follow the work of the other standard setters and to be clearly and very clearly and fully informed about the developments, because of course they impact our own work and the vision about the standards that we are about to start developing. This is the start of the moment where we are about to approve a project plan for our own ethics standards that supposedly, and as we see them, should complement the infrastructure of standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. And so this is an important moment for us. Thank you very much for your availability. And thank you for keeping available for some questions. I think that we have some time now, and I'd like to see if whether the board has any question for you. I'm looking around the table. Yeah, Andy, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just want to take advantage of having an expert here. As far as I could tell, the definition of materiality for these standards, is it the same general definition as in the IFRS?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please, Granville.
Well, I'm gratified that I answered every question you could possibly have preemptively, which is always my goal as a presenter. So I can say that, in case it wasn't clear, that the board is meeting monthly, and in the upcoming December and January board meetings, questions with respect to the scalability of the standards as they apply to small and less sophisticated companies will be considered, including with respect to, and I mentioned the temporary delay in simultaneous reporting, reliefs with respect to scope 3 reporting, and a question of whether or not information can be identified with respect to sort of basic and advanced, and can jurisdictions require the disclosure of say basic information for a period of time before moving to advanced. These are some of the reliefs that will be discussed by the board over the next couple of board meetings, so there will be more to say and think about as they make those decisions.
Thank you very much. I think that we have some people wanting to make questions. I think that Vania was the next one.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, Granville. It was very good to hear from you that IESB has decided to attend to some of very important requirements from the market, like this relief from the simultaneous release of information. It is quite important, as some small and medium companies do not have a structure to deal at the same time, both with the financial and then the sustainability reporting. And it's also very good news, the consideration of a relief regarding the use of scope 3 and even the annex of SASB standard being optional and not mandatory at the first instance. Very good news. I would like to congratulate the board of ISSB to being so reasonable, so sensitive for the fact that not all jurisdictions are in the same level of sophistication in reporting sustainability. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and the board is, they affirmed the relevance of Scope 3, but recognize that there are reporting challenges that are presented, and so more work to be done there.
Thank you. Mark, please.
Just one question for you, Granville. You referred to the 1,400 comment letters that you'd had. One of the things that particularly interests us is that sustainability engagement, sustainability reporting, and indeed assurance is carried out by quite a diverse range of different providers. So it's not a sort of homogenous group like are involved in the production and assurance of IFRS financial information. What sort of insight, are you able to share any of the insights that are coming from the analysis you've done of the comment letters about some of the issues that are really important from this more diverse group that we perhaps need to take account of?
It's a really great question, Mark. In my own personal experience in working for a large financial institution in sustainable finance and dealing with companies both in that capacity and at a trade association providing advice to companies about ESG reporting, is that particularly with respect to greenhouse gas reporting, that entities that are not in the accounting profession are very significant providers of measurement and verification of greenhouse gas emissions data. And so I think it's important that you raise this, because sustainability reporting really does bring into the market non-accounting entities that it may be, and I don't actually know this, that the IESBA and the IAASB may not have really considered within their ambit previously. And so, what application the code and assurance standards and how they're written as applying to folks outside of the accounting profession, I do think are important questions. I certainly don't have all the answers to that, but I'm glad you raised this concept, because I think it's important.
Thank you, Granville. Galen, please.
Yeah, thank you. And this is an opportunity to display my novice ability in this particular area. And as a follow-up on the question of materiality that Andy had posed, I keep hearing about a level 1 materiality and a level 2 materiality, level 1 being to the entity itself, to level 2 to society in general. Is that really an issue? And if so, has it been resolved at the ISSB?
So that is another way to characterize the distinction between financial materiality and double materiality or stakeholder materiality. You hear varying or different nomenclature. The ISSB is focused on providing information to investors, and therefore information that is financially material. Now, there is a significant amount of sustainability information that is relevant to investors that also is relevant to other stakeholders. That's true. But the focus of the ISSB is on information, material information that is decision useful to investors. And so that's why we tend to think of, and we've said that we typically talk about this publicly in terms of building blocks, that the first building block is the building block of the financial statements. And the next building block is financially related sustainability information. And then a third building block on top of that is sustainability information relevant to stakeholders. And so what you described, I've heard that particular description, and it is another formulation of this distinction between financial materiality and impact or stakeholder materiality, or double materiality, as some would say. I hope that is comprehensible.
I'm sure it is. Thank you very much. One last question, Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, and welcome again, Gravin, and thank you for your presentation, which I found to be quite informative and insightful. And I just wondered if you could share maybe a bit more insight on perhaps a question that's a little bit more conceptual. And when we think about financial reporting, there's always been this tension about the concept of relevance and the concept of reliability. And as you were speaking, you were touching on the imperative of providing relevant sustainability information to investors to make their sort of decision-making needs and so forth. And I just wondered if you have any sort of insights as to whether this question is coming back in some way to IESBA in the context of sustainability reporting, because there is always that tension, as I said, between relevance and reliability. Information that is relevant sometimes may not be as reliable as one would hope it could be, especially if it is more of a sort of more of an estimate in nature, or more forward-looking, and therefore there is less of a basis, or perhaps even less time to establish the evidential basis for the information. But I would imagine that in the sustainability area, that tension probably would be even more important, because precisely because we're dealing with information that is more qualitative in nature. So any thoughts as to whether that sort of question has been is being considered, because it has some relevance with regard to the board, to this board's work, because when we think about ethics and ethical mindset, it's a lot about the judgment of the individual who's doing the reporting, or who's doing the assurance, and what discretion they use in relation to the choices they make, in terms of how they put the information together, and what basis on what basis they really report that information. So anything you have that you can share with us would be useful.
Great series of questions. So of course, globally, sustainability reporting has principally been voluntary up to this point in the vast majority of markets. And you have a meaningful, significant number of companies that are very early in their sustainability reporting efforts. Obviously, the emergence of the ISSB and the attempt to, and our efforts to establish a global baseline of standards is intended to provide a greater basis of consistency and comparability among company disclosures for the use of investors. And we recognize that the reliability and accuracy of some sustainability information can be a challenge, particularly for companies at the beginning of this effort, which is why we're thinking through questions of how can we what provisions with respect to providing uncertain information in good faith and with a reasonable basis, and could that be the basis of some sort of a safe harbor by a regulator in order to incent fulsome disclosure by companies, even in the face of a degree of uncertainty. This is an area where we would expect to see meaningful evolution over a few reporting cycles. Specifically, we have been, in fact, the board looked at providing greater or more, I should say, more numerous examples to companies in the standards with respect to trying to identify current and anticipated financial impacts from climate change in an effort to give them greater clarity about how to think through, or rather how to narrow down their range of uncertainty with respect to what they report in terms of their either immediate period financial impacts or future financial impacts. And so the reliability questions are very much in the minds of the board, and they're trying to deal with them in a concrete way in specific provisions of climate reporting. So I hope that provides some response to your question, but it's a broad series of questions, and one that the board is going to have to continue to deal with over a period of time. I'm sorry.
That's true. Thank you very much, Granville. I think that we had a lot of other things to discuss, but unfortunately we don't have that much time. I would have myself some questions, namely with regard to the interoperability with the European regulation and standards, but we will leave it for another opportunity. Mark, do you want to, before we close this part of the session, do you want to say anything else?
Well, only to say that, we've just seen from this brief presentation and the questions, the degree of alignment and the importance of IESBA and the IEESB working alongside the IEESB as it develops its standards and finalizes those. And it's a critical part of the infrastructure, high quality reporting supported by high quality assurance, and both of those underpinned by a strong framework of ethics and independence, which is going to drive our work. So thank you very much, Granville. It's been really good to hear from you, and no doubt we'll continue the dialogue. And we'll continue to share ideas.
Well, I look forward to it, Mark, and we thanks for the invitation, and we stand ready to partner with you all as you move your work plan forward.
Thank you very much once again, Granville. And so you can stay with us if you want. We will have some presentations from the IEESB and IESBA, but I suppose that you have much more to do. So thank you for your time and for your availability to join us. And with this, I would say good afternoon to Lynn Provost from the IEESB. Thank you for joining us, Lynn, and for being available to provide us with some insights in the presentation about the IEESB project on sustainability. And without any further comments, because we are running a little bit late, I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. I would just like to say up front how much the IEESB values the relationship with IESBA in terms of this particular work, which, as we've already heard today, is really important going forward as a new type of reporting and something that will challenge the profession significantly. Next slide, please. As you probably know, currently the IEESB has 3 lots of standards, 2 standards and 1 lot of guidance in the area of sustainability. First one is the umbrella framework under 3000. Then we've got the greenhouse gas assurance standard. And we have also got a significant body of non-authoritative guidance that was put out last year. So that's the background in terms of what is currently in place. It's generally considered to be sound and able to be used at this point in time. But, next slide, please. We are very aware that there is increasing demand, as we've just heard, for reliable sustainability information. People are starting to talk about mandatory assurance. Currently, as well as voluntary reporting, the world has generally gone for voluntary assurance. But there are signals that we will move towards mandatory assurance. We've also heard from the market that our current standards, whilst of a high quality, lack specificity in terms of sustainability. And finally, that the existing EER guidance, while very helpful, is non-authoritative. So what we have heard in terms of the market is that there is a need for an assurance standard on sustainability reporting specifically, and that need is immediate, not 5 years' time. Action is required now. And largely, the action taken by the IEESB is to reduce the risk of fragmentation in assurance standards. Obviously, it's better for practitioners if we can have one global standard, not many. Next slide, please. So what we have decided to do and what we agreed in our September meeting is that we have a project proposal to prepare a standalone authoritative assurance standard on sustainability. It will be more specific than 3000 or the greenhouse gas standard, and it will be overarching in nature. We do know that in future we would potentially need to deal with emerging issues as they become clear. And also we need to move as the maturity of reporting moves, so will the maturity of assurance move. We are, in terms of the standard, we have decided to call it ISSA 5000, which means we will have a new series potentially of sustainability standards. So you can see a picture of an overarching standard, then a series of standards dealing with specific issues. No decisions have been made on the blue part of that slide, but certainly we are well underway on the green left-hand side of the slide. Next slide, please. We have made some decisions that we think are really important in terms of a principle-based standard. We have decided to cover all sustainability topics, all information disclosed about those topics, all mechanisms for reporting, all reporting standards, and all users and stakeholders. That's a very important scoping those are very important scoping decisions, and they are consistent with the way the IESB sets standards. For example, being neutral in terms of the reporting standard, but of course taking into account what's happening in the market and often using those as examples to make sure the standard is practical. We have also agreed that it will be address limited and reasonable assurance. The way that reporting appears to on assurance seems to be going is that people start with limited and move to reasonable over time. Certainly that's what's been signalled by the European Union in terms of their developments. The standard is also intended to be used by all assurance practitioners, so that is both accountants and people from other professions, and the standard will be standalone from 3000. So that means you will not be required to opine that you have applied ISA 3000 and ISSA 5000. You will just opine on the new standard. Next slide, please. We heard from the people that we have consulted that there are some areas that are priorities for them and where they would particularly like more specificity. The first one is that people want to know what is the relative work ethic, work effort between limited and reasonable assurance. The second one is how you assess suitable reporting criteria. The third one is the scope of an engagement. In a financial audit, the scope is often, is usually absolutely clear. In a sustainability audit, it can range from assurance on 2 or 3 particular performance measures up to an entire report. So the scoping of an engagement is really important. People also are concerned about how much evidence is enough, and particular issues there are around the areas that have just been talked about in the previous presentation. Things like scenario analysis, things like qualitative information, things like forecast information, how much evidence is appropriate and how do you get it in those cases. Internal controls is an area which is generally less developed in sustainability reporting than we may expect in a financial system. So people are looking for guidance in terms of what is an adequate internal control system in this particular area, and how do you provide assurance on it and how much can you rely on it. And the final of the 6 priority areas is practitioner materiality. We've just heard a discussion about the preparer's materiality. This is how an assurance practitioner deals with materiality. We have also been asked, and people have said that reporting is a area where they would like more specificity. We have looked at 3000 and the EER guidance, and there is extensive guidance available on reporting in both of those pieces of work. So what we have decided to do there, rather than making it an initial priority area, is to actually provide better signposting for people to the guidance and the standards that already exist for them. These priority areas are the focus of next week's IESB meeting, when we will consider in some detail each of those 6 areas and get feedback from our board on them. There are extensive papers on the IESB site, and I do recommend that they are a useful insight into what the overarching standard will look like, and in particular how we are thinking of addressing those priority areas, subject of course to the input of our board. Next slide, please. This is a picture of how we're approaching the task of writing the overarching standard. The first thing we have done is define the terms. So we have gone through everything that we are proposing as a requirement and taken out the key terms and defined them in the context of sustainability. We decided we'd start with 3,000 and 3410. I think we had a presumption that we would use mainly 3,000, but as we have worked through the process, we have found that we're using about equal parts of 3,000 and 3410. That is because 3410 has more specificity in those areas that I've just talked about in terms of evidence and internal controls. So the actual doing of an assurance engagement. After that, we looked at the current auditing standards, and we, the board, were nervous about how much of the ICEs we might bring into this overarching standard. So we will be putting in front of the board the principles we have used to make those decisions. And it is not a significant amount of material we've taken into the standard, but there is some. The EER guidance has proved most useful, as one would expect, as application material, because one of the provisos we wrote that guidance under was that we didn't in any way change 3,000. So we have added from that guidance into the application material. And finally, we've put a particular spotlight, as I've already said, on the priority areas. Next slide, please. Just a PS on that first slide. There is, in some cases, we've had to write additional material where the material that we already have is not adequate or could be explained in a better way. So this is our roadmap in terms of the overarching standard. December meeting, I've already talked about. We are working towards a September next year exposure draft to be approved by the board, with a comment period that would close in February 2024, and working towards a final approval later that year or early 2025. So that's where we're at as a board. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Lynn. This means a lot to us in terms of the information that we need and to make sure that we keep coordinated with the IESB to do what we have to do. We don't have much time, but we still have some time for any question that the board may have for you. Andy?
Thank you so much, Lynn. I feel very fortunate to have a front row seat to this, so I appreciate that. You'll obviously they'll be doing outreach in a fashion when the exposure draft goes out, but I'm curious on the age-old topic of the title of the limited assurance reports, if there's any hope or interest or outreach as to the understandability of limited versus some other word when sustainability becomes wide, specifically, moderate or some other term, if that's yet been something the board has passed on.
Yeah, we have certainly had significant discussions around the role of this standard within the entire ecosystem, because obviously investors and the wider stakeholders that are covered by this type of reporting have different understandings, different thoughts about what limited assurance is. And because limited assurance goes across quite a continuum from very little to almost reasonable, we are trying, and we did in the EER guidance, trying to get at least the practitioners some consistency in this area. We're also looking at our outreach and our discussions with regulators and with key groups to keep talking about what limited assurance is and what it isn't. However, it's a challenging area. As it's been identified as a challenge, we know it is. What we can do is outreach. What we can do is try to define it as well as we can within the standard. But I personally am still concerned about the market's understanding of what actually limited assurance is. So I think it's going to, and I don't think this is unique, by the way, to sustainability information. So all we can do is do our best to define it and talk about it and to get key parties to understand it. And also to encourage people to move towards reasonable assurance, because I think the answer is in reasonable assurance rather than continuing with limited, which is the predominant assurance in this area at present.
Thank you, Lynn. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. And thank you very much, Lynn. That is a very, very useful update for us in terms of the progress you've made at your board. I had two questions really in relation to how we are thinking about tackling our project on sustainability, ethics and independent standards from an IESBA perspective. Number one is, as you're thinking about developing your overarching standard, how are you thinking about making the linkage or building that bridge to the standards of IESBA? Because for those who are not that familiar with your standards, your board standards, Lynn, you have the concept of relevant ethical requirements, which is a defined concept in your standards. And that concept is defined essentially to mean at the minimum ordinarily it's the IESBA code or national ethical requirements that is as stringent. So in other words, the IESBA code is a baseline. And as we're going forward, this board might move a little bit beyond the IESBA code, because we are really going to be tackling this issue of profession agnostic standards, and we might not end up with a code for professional accountants per se. So there might be some sort of implications on for your board to consider if IESBA is going to develop some standards that we might not call a code of ethics for professional accountants. So I just want to confirm whether that bridge is going to be retained that connectivity to the IESBA code. And my second question is perhaps more a little bit broader, and that goes to the concept of group assurance engagements. And just this morning, we had a discussion on our engagement in group audits project, and that project, as you well know, has been very closely coordinated with your ISO 600 project. Has your board thought about the issue of group assurance engagements in the context of sustainability reporting? Whilst this might not yet be the immediate priority, I would imagine, give it 3-4 years. Once you start to get to reasonable assurance, and especially the CS audit comes into full effect, and we actually find that there are going to have to be reasonable assurance engagements and sustainability reporting for the very large groups on a global reporting basis, and clearly you're going to have to be involving a lot of component auditor firms or assurance firms and what have you. So yeah, so if you could just update us as to your board's thinking on the issue of group assurance engagements for sustainability, that'd be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. On the code, to actually get a standard that can be used by all practitioners, the code is one of the key issues. We have already started conversations with your board. I am aware of that. And I think that's going to have to be a very close relationship going forward. As at present, we are using our standard words about the IESBA code or equivalent. Quite how that develops, we all need to work on. But I think at this stage, the most important thing is that the two boards commit to working together and making sure that what we're doing is in parallel and understood by both boards. In terms of groups, the overarching standard will of course refer to groups, but the detail of how you audit a group in terms of sustainability is one of those future issues, Ken, as you said, that could well be part of a series of more specific issues. Certainly another issue, which I know you didn't raise, but I think will be vital in the groups area, is the intersection between financial and non-financial information and how that works. And that will be, we have specifically identified that as an issue, but put it aside at this point in time. But within that 3 or 4 year time frame you're talking about, that's going to bubble to the top of the priorities, I have no doubt. I hope that helps, Ken.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Sadia.
Thank you for your presentation and congratulations on how fast the board is moving in this annual exposure draft. I had a question on 5,000 is going to be the overarching standard. Do you already have an indication of what standards would come after that and what type of topics you'll be covering? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we have what I would say a vague idea of some of those, and I think the one I've just talked about of the interaction between financial and non-financial information and groups could well be be a couple of those topics, but we certainly don't have at present a whole list of what that might be, or even if they will be in a series of things. That is part of our future thinking, but we thought it was important that we had a mechanism at least to park all of those things into for future consideration. But our real focus on at present, and as you said, we're working really quickly, is getting this overarching standard completed, and there is just an enormous amount of work is going into this by a very talented group of people so that we can get at least something out in the marketplace.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I think that there are no other questions. Thank you for your excellent presentation, and congratulations for the excellent work that the IESB is doing very quickly, very rapidly, also challenging us not to lag behind, because we must make sure that we will be ready more or less by the same time, so that the infrastructure is operable and is useful for everybody. Thank you very much once again. And with this, we would move for the third presentation of this afternoon by David Madden from IFAC. We will share some very interesting research research that the IFAC has been doing on sustainability space. David, thank you for joining us.
Right. Thank you, Gabrielle. Everyone can hear me, and we need to bring the slides up. All right, so hello, again, my name is David Madden. I'm a director here at IFAC, and I develop and coordinate IFAC's policy and advocacy on sustainability. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to have my team do some targeted research that we hope is helpful for your work on sustainability. Sustainability has been more than a full-time job for me, given all the activities at IFAC on the thought leadership side, as well as on the standard setting side. I'm happy to say that we now have some recent joiners that are going to allow us to even do a better job of trying to take our public policy and regulatory efforts forward. Some of you may be familiar with a data service provider firm called Audit Analytics, which worked with IFAC and AICPA SEMA over the last couple of years when we did our first and second state of play analysis on reporting and assurance of sustainability information. The lead at Audit Analytics on all of this work, his name is Derek Coleman, is now part of the IFAC team. I don't know if he's joining virtually or not, or listening right now, but we're very much partners in this research. So with the addition of Derek, as well as 2 other research and analyst level staff, we've brought in-house the skills necessary to continue our research on sustainability related reporting and assurance. And more importantly, I think we can now be more nimble and tackle sort of more targeted research, such as the information that I'm going to provide for you today. So I really hope that everybody already is familiar with our state of play research. I've just included a couple of slides in order to provide some helpful context and background into our initial look at independence and sustainability assurance engagements. The initial reason behind this first state of play project was to focus on sustainability assurance. But we quickly realized the value of the global sample set and the information we had with respect to other areas. So this year, we again worked in partnership with AICPA SEMA, and we published in July an updated report that was based on 2020 fiscal year corporate reporting. The data I'm going to show you today is on independence disclosures is from fiscal 2021 data, and we'll publish a full report on that in early next year. So the next 3 slides, if we can get the next 3 slides. There we go. The next 3 slides are for context, and they're based on 1,400 companies, 1,400 of the largest companies in the G20 plus Singapore and Hong Kong. So this is the first slide I always start out with, the global scorecard on reporting and assurance. And for today's discussion, I think what's most important is to highlight 3 statistics. First, the level of reporting far exceeds the level of assurance. Over 90% of large companies are reporting some ESG information, while only 58% of companies obtain assurance over some of what they reported. I think that number is going to go up well above 60% when we look at 2021. Next, based on the 2020 data, the majority, 61% of sustainability assurance engagements were conducted by professional accountants. That means 40% of engagements were done outside the profession. but the profession looks like it lost ground in 2021. I think market share is closer to 56%. And finally, when accounting firms are engaged, they are overwhelmingly using IAASB assurance standards 94% of the time. For 2020, we broke ESG into 4 categories: greenhouse gas, other environmental, social, and governance. 89% of companies are reporting some information in each of these 4 categories. But assurance is being obtained primarily on greenhouse gas data. 95% of assurance is on greenhouse gas. And we see a significant drop off in assurance on information in other categories. So I'll say more about the scope of assurance in a few minutes. Now, let's look in detail at who is providing the assurance. So we see 3 types of assurance providers here: audit firms, audit affiliated firms, and other service providers or consultants. And you see it for 2019 and 2020. So I've already mentioned that at the global level, 61% of sustainability assurance engagements are being conducted by professional accountants. Other service providers do the other 40%, but this really varies significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In France, audit firms have close to 100% market share. Same is true for Australia. In South Korea, on the far right, which had a level of assurance in 2019 and 2020 that is second only to that of France, the market is vastly dominated by other service providers. And while consultants are doing ESG assurance engagements in virtually every jurisdiction we studied, there are 6 cases where 50% or more of assurance is being provided by consultants. A little hard to find on the graph. It's where the gray is the greatest in the US, the UK, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, and South Korea. China and Singapore are close behind. So these 6 jurisdictions are the basis for the targeted look that we took at independent statements from consulting firms who are conducting their work using IAS 3000 revised for the engagement. We found professional accountants conducted 28% or 94 engagements in these 6 regions. Consultants did 72%. Of the consultants' work, 40% relied on ISAE 3000, 40% conducted engagements using ISO standards, 26% used Accountability 1000. So it's important to note that the ISO engagements we found done by consultants are primarily focused on greenhouse gas verification. So that narrow scope is consistent with the broader study in our state of play research for 2019 and 2020. Finally, when firms do assurance using 3000, 97% of the engagements result in limited opinions. When consultants are engaged, 59% of engagements result in limited opinions, 23% are moderate, and 18% are reasonable. All right, so now focusing on independence. So considering the 6 jurisdictions with the highest incidence of consultants providing assurance, we found 96 assurance reports from consulting firms that used 3000 revised. So on this slide in the bottom half, we put up some issues for consideration, but similar to all of our benchmarking research, we don't draw conclusions. We leave that to the board, and we do a lot of stakeholder engagement, and then we try to make some policy recommendations. All right, so some definitions on what we found, definitions of independent statements. I guess there's one conclusion we can draw, that there's a lack of uniformity amongst the independent statements we observed, even in this very limited targeted review. We had to use 8 different categories to capture what we found. So we identified 3 different ethics codes being cited: the IESBA code, the international, I'm on the wrong slide, sorry. There we go. The IESBA code, the International Federation of Inspection Agencies, which is now TIC Council, and the ISOs. The ISOs are unique in that they encompass a standard IF 14064-1 for reporting, 14065-3 for verification, and 14065 for independence. Next, we have 4 types of statements that are asserting a level of independence, but not citing compliance with a particular code of ethics or standard. So they get a check, not a plus on the slide there, right? So these range from statements affirming the consulting firm is free of business relationships and other consultancy contracts. You consider that to be kind of the strongest of the 4 independence references, to the weakest form, which is some general non-specific language about independence. We also found instances of language citing a potential conflict, as well as no disclosure or reference regarding independence or conflicts. So those are the definitions. Now, summarizing our findings in the chart on the left. So the 96 engagements conducted by consultants using 3000, 9% reference the IESBA code. 9% reference the IFIA or ISO code or standard. 71% of assurance reports included one of the 4 alternative types of independent statements from the prior slide, which are not referencing a code or a standard of ethics. And 10%, 5 and 5, the red and the blue on the right, either made no statement regarding independence or cited some potential conflict. So we had a bit of a hypothesis that those accept assurance reports that cited an engagement was conducted in accordance with ISE 3000 were more likely to have an appropriate independence reference. So in this slide, we also show you that less than half, 48% of assurance reports that we reviewed stated in accordance with, while 52% said something else based on or some other reference to 3000. We had looked at this in 2019 in the first state of play report for all 1,400 companies in all 22 jurisdictions, and we saw a similar result. 47% were in accordance, 36% were based on, and 17 were some other reference. All right, so here we test out our theory about independent statements and full compliance with 3000 a little further. So the graph on the left, there seems to be some evidence supporting those engagements conducted in accordance with also included a higher quality independent statement or reference. 11% of those cited the IESBA code. 17% cited IFII or ISO. So those were both 9% in the total population. 28% did not cite a specific code or standard, but they did reference no business or consulting contract relationship versus 20% in the overall population. When we look at those engagements that are based on or some other reference to 3000, so the 2 graphs to the right, it's tempting to say that the data looks less convincing. But I do have to stress, this is a small sample size, and we really need to do more research to draw that kind of conclusion, I think. So now we tally up the most frequently used consulting firms among our sample set of 96 engagements. The bracketed information next to each name indicates instances where a particular firm appears in one particular jurisdiction. So for example, Apex in the United States, the Hong Kong Quality Assurance Agency in Hong Kong, or the Korea Management Register in South Korea. From our state of play research, the full study, we know that in Hong Kong, over half of assurance engagements conducted in 2019 and 2020 were by one organization, the Hong Kong Quality Assurance Agency. In South Korea in 2019, the Korean Management Register captured 40% of market share. But in 2020, the field was a bit more diverse in in South Korea, and there were 3 consultants, each having between 20 and 30% of market share, still including Korean Management Register. B&V Business Assurance and Bureau Veritas were the 2 largest consulting firms that we found doing business in various jurisdictions. So I'm not going to stop and read these now, but in the next 3 or 4 slides, and you can do this after the slides have circulated, we give examples or excerpts from different types of disclosures that we found. Something referencing a code, something reflecting other standards, something referencing an independent statement, not with respect to a standard or code, and a couple of examples of potential conflicts being raised. So on the last slide, last year, once we had conducted our research, we did an extensive amount of stakeholder engagement, and we tried to understand the jurisdictional differences, some of which I've tried to highlight today. In December of last year, we published IFAC's vision for high quality assurance of sustainability information. And it's based on the left side on emerging best practices we observed, and on the right side on high quality global standards. So our recommendations that are enumerated by the bullets there are not all that profession agnostic, because we believe there's an important connection between financial and non-financial information. We believe that connection is vital to value-added reporting and sustainability assurance. And we believe the profession is most uniquely qualified to best deliver on that type of reporting and assurance. Our view, our messaging is that sustainability starts with inside of companies, integrating ESG factors into strategy, business model, risks and opportunity assessments, and decision-making by boards and management. If that's true, if that's how you're running your company, then you will tell that integrated story in your corporate disclosure, talking about your performance, your resiliency, your ability to create long-term sustainable value. And as we observed in France, as a bit of a poster child for reporting of sustainability and financial information and the assurance of both, where there's broader scope sustainability disclosure, companies seek their assurance from professional accountants. So our advocacy is for reporting requirements and assurance that result in truly decision useful information, not a tick the box or KPI compliance approach to sustainability. We advocate for assurance of sustainability information that needs to be connected to financial statement audit. And we do need better alignment in terms of the timeliness and location of reporting. And then finally, and most relevant to this board, is we advocate for regulatory supervision and enforcement over assurance that must ensure uniform application of standards by all providers of sustainability assurance, which may or may not be what our research today suggests so far. So I'll conclude by just saying, we're very interested in your feedback. We can envision extending this targeted research to include all 1,400 companies in all 22 jurisdictions of our state of play research. We can envision focusing on quality management references in addition to independence references, and in addition to whether an engagement is conducted in accordance with 3000. And maybe we also need to look not just at consulting engagements, but at professional accountant engagements as well, to see if there's a difference in practice according to these assertions. So to me, it seems this information, this analysis is relevant from a regulatory and policymaking perspective, from a market competition perspective, and from an investor protection perspective. But with that, I'll say thank you for your attention and try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, David, for this very insightful and in some points provocative intervention. But we need it because we need to be challenged in our own approaches. This is a topic where we are learning every day about what's happening, about facts, about trends, and about advocacy, and we have to find the right balance between and the right place to be in between. So I think that this should raise many questions. Probably some of them will be raised later because it's such a substantive presentation in terms of information and in terms of interpretation of the information that I can imagine that not all the questions will be raised today, but of course we have some time for some of the questions, and Christelle is already wanting to ask something.
Yeah, thank you for
presentation, quite impressive analysis. As it is an IFAC vision, I would expect that you have particularly strong relations with audit firms to assess situations that they are involved in. To what extent did you have close relations with those other assurance companies like DNV, Veritas, or whatever, to have a sort of a cross vision of your point of view on their work or on their expression of work? And to what extent did you feel on the same connection, on the same vision about where they are, where they stand, and potentially where the market could be willing them to be in the future?
No, that's a good question. So in all candor, I think most of all of our conversations have been on the audit firm side of the ledger and not on the consultant side of the ledger. Honestly, it's part of our job is to raise awareness and advocate for the profession to pick up the challenge of sustainability related assurance, even amongst some of the big four. So we have not engaged directly with other service providers. Part of the ask for this research was to put up that slide, and we can give you jurisdiction by jurisdiction, what organization was most active in which jurisdictions, because I think that there's outreach in your future. And hopefully this kind of evidence is helpful if you go engage with those other service providers to understand, how they see the world. I'll tell you that I believe the preliminary agenda for an IESBA roundtable on December 14th, and this is the second roundtable on sustainability assurance that they're conducting this year, does have both ISO as a standard setting organization at the table. And then from a practitioner standpoint, I believe that ERM is going to be one of the other service providers, while there'll be an equal voice representing the profession, the big four.
Thank you, David. More questions or? Well, I have. No, go ahead, Ken.
Well, I mean, thank you, Gabriela. I think David's presentation is really drawing out so many questions that we have been thinking very proactively as we are sort of moving down the path of developing sustainability-related standards. I think the data you've surfaced, to my mind, David, at least draws some observations, not so much necessarily some questions. But number one, for those assurance providers, and they'll be the third party ones, the independent providers that are making reference to using ISA 3000, but almost on a very inconsistent basis, I would say, not really referring to the code. To my mind, well, first of all, we can observe there is an issue of inconsistency because either they are making some partial reference to the code or they're making no reference to the code. And secondly, the issue of enforcement. And I think the data really should be screaming loud and clear to the regulators as to how they're going to be enforcing the use of ISA 3000, because the standard, ISA 3000 requires practitioners to disclose in their reports that they have, well, first of all, that they are independent. They have to make an assertion of independence. And secondly, they have to disclose by which standards they are independent. And ISA 3000 does make a direct reference to the IESBA code or standards that are at least as stringent, including for the non-practitioners, by the way. It's not just for the auditors, but for the non-practitioners. So, a number of observations we can draw, but certainly many questions that we have to address.
So on the regulation policy stuff is what I get paid to do, and I'm just kind of breaking ground and thinking through this stuff, right? Maybe someone from Europe can help me out to make sure that what I'm about to say is accurate. But my understanding is that as the CSRD in Europe is going to make assurance mandatory. There's going to have to be a decision about what standard will be used for those assurance engagements. It's going to be profession agnostic, but my understanding is that at a country by country decision level, there'll be some sort of licensing or vetting, whatever practice there is for the non-firm assurance providers, maybe for the firm assurance providers as well, right? So that seems to open up the purview of regulation. That I don't know who the regulator is going to be, but there will be some sort of oversight of who is allowed to conduct an engagement and what standard they're going to use, at least with respect to assurance standard for doing that engagement. That's the sum total of what I know on that topic with respect to the CSRD, but it seems to be pointing in the right direction towards your question about enforcement.
Thank you, David. Well, we don't have that much time. I have 4 requests for questions. I'll ask you to be as to the point as possible, and as these are going to be the last questions that we can take. And I see Yao Shu first. Yao Shu?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, the presentation, very useful. And I wonder that upon your research, I wonder that which regulators now that over supervise that's the quality of the sustainability assurance service. And I just want to know, because the accounting firms, we know what the regulators are, but the other agencies, I want to know which regulators supervise their quality. Thank you.
And we don't have that information. I mean, that's a great point to map that out.
Yeah, that's something that I think that it's for the future to understand who is going to do what and who is going to fall within the supervisory powers of the existing entities, or if other entities will come and be formed. That's not yet something that we can respond. Christelle, Vanya.
Thank you, David. Very, very interesting and useful information for all of us, but it was based on 2020, which is the period of the pandemic. I was wondering when you'll be releasing the information about 21, because that's when sustainability information really grow in importance worldwide. That would be very interesting. Another thing that I would like to know is a 3000 issue external report, not exactly for integrated reporting that deals with the integration of financial and non-financial information. Do you have a breakdown on the reports that were assured by ISA 3000? How much was using the integrated reporting framework? That would be quite interesting. Thank you.
So 2 quick responses, and I apologize. I kind of go back and forth in my presentation on the dates. So the independence data that I provided on the 96 engagements, that was 2021 reporting and assurance. So that's the most current data we have, and we will publish a full report on that January, early February of next year. When I referred to the state of play in a couple of instances, that was 2019 or 2020 reporting. So I apologize for that back and forth. With respect to integrated reporting, so off the top of my head, I don't remember the number. If Stathis Gould was here, he could, it's that many organizations around the world have assurance, I understand, on a full integrated report. So there's not a lot to say there, but one statistic we do have from 2020 versus 2019 is that there was a 6% move in sustainability disclosure away from corporate sustainability reports towards integrated reports and annual reports. So I can't tell you if that's continuing in 2021. We're certainly going to look at that, but there seems to be some shift towards integrated reporting as sustainability disclosure becomes more prevalent.
Thank you, David. Christelle?
Thank you. I hope you didn't answer to that question during your presentation. Did you capture that there was some kind of link between the fact that the market has mandatory assurance requirements and the level of the PA's assurance market share? Or are there other indicators explaining? I know the French market and why it is that such situation. I know that it's partly because it's mandatory and for some years already. And did you capture some kind of indicators on the link between the level for PAs and the level for other kinds of assurance providers?
So the only link I would offer is similar to the one in France. So there are 4 EU jurisdictions in our state of play research: France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. And they are amongst the highest jurisdictions for the level of assurance. Accountants here probably says, why isn't it 100% in all 4 of those? But let's not get into that. So the highest level of assurance, and it's the profession that is doing the assurance in all 4 jurisdictions. Australia has a really high profession rate as well, I think close to 100%, but I don't think there's a requirement for mandatory assurance, right? So Europe is really the test case for mandatory assurance and who's doing that assurance, even though the requirement is profession agnostic.
Thank you, David. And Luigi.
Yeah, and thank you for this presentation that provides a number of very useful information. I think that what I understood is the fact that there are here factors to consider in terms of technical analysis we need to do in working at our use. And basically, I see that there is very significant difference between what it is applied so far in practice and the principle we agreed in September and in November in terms of, for example, independence rules. And on the other side, there is also a need, notwithstanding our preference, there is a need to take what Mark called strategic decision in the due time, in order to consider that the reality would be that this type of assurance would be provided by even by non-professional accountant, and therefore it is a matter of deciding whether or not we would like to be present in this field and how to be present in this field. Also in order to prepare something that could be used by the regulators or by the national standard setter when considering how to regulate these activities.
Thank you, Luigi. Unfortunately, I don't think that we have, oh, sorry, Hiro.
Thank you. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation. Your findings and observations are based on the practice of 1,400, the largest companies, right? And I'm just wondering if your findings and observations or overall picture is affected and how it is affected by extending the sample farms to include smaller companies.
So I think we have an intuition on that. We don't have any data on that. I always like to say it's as good as it gets when I present the information that I have, because I think there is something to market pressure, shareholder pressure, societal pressure on larger companies with respect to reporting, whether you get assurance or not. And as you drift off of that, you're going to see lower levels. I might get in trouble if I misremember this. The Center for Audit Quality here in the US has a parallel study to our state of play. They look at the S&P 500. And now it's on net zero. I'm comparing apples and oranges a little bit. I'm going to back off of that. My strong intuition is this is as good as it gets. And the numbers will look, quote unquote, worse, whatever worse means, when you go below the lowest 50 or the lowest 100. We have an idea that maybe we should look at some non-G20 jurisdictions in 2023. And see what that may show. That would in part address the point that you're making, because those non-G20 jurisdictions would tend to have smaller companies in addition to just being non-G20 jurisdictions.
Thank you for that as well. So yeah, I think we have to stop now, but before that, let me just add some thoughts on my side. Thank you very much, David, again, for this very rich presentation. This is the kind of information that we need to make sure that we are not working in the vacuum and on the basis of our intuition or our suspicions. We need some facts, but we also know that this is something that changes every day. And that even if today or in the next few days we will, I hope, approve a project plan, we will have to be ready to make some changes along the way in our project and in our strategy and our plan, because every day additional information and sometimes not consistent information is being brought, is being known. So this is the kind of information that we need. Secondly, that as you said, the information that you are giving, that you provided us today is not necessarily in line with what you legitimately said it's your goal as IFAC to advocate for this work to be undertaken by the profession and not by the others, because it is your conviction that this is a better approach. This is your role. Of course, our role is to develop standards and to develop standards that meet the public interest, and our conviction until now, it may change, but for now our conviction is that the standards that will better serve the public interest will be those that anyone can use, irrespective of the decisions that regulators, as you said, may be taking on the next few times. And Europe is a case study, but it's just a part of the world. Even being European, I cannot forget about what's happening on the other corners of the world. Thirdly, the CSRD is something that we can't ignore, of course, because it is leading somehow the way. But we also have, and we had today, the ISSP developing standards. And for me, and that was the question that I would have for Granville, but I did not have the time to make it, is how will it work and be interoperable with a European legislation, regulation, standards, etc. And to be frank, and this is because I'm sitting here in this chair today, to be frank, I'm more, my conviction is that a universal global standard will be more effective than local standards or regulation. And that's what we have to look at, because we are a global organization. So not forgetting about what's happening in Europe. And it's so important. I tend to be very attentive to what's happening at the ISSP and similar organizations, because it's what should lead our vision and what we are working for. Finally, yeah, getting back to the fact that we have these facts and against facts, as long as they remain as such, against facts, we don't have that many arguments. And the fact that, as you show them, is that we have a lot of inconsistency, but a lot of different entities providing the same services. And it is, I think, foreseeable that this will remain at least for the near future. This is an area where it is my conviction that it will take us 20 years, take us all, not IESBA, until we get to the right place. It was like that with financial information. So nothing new. This is a completely different space, but for the time being, we have to work with what we have and try to face the most stringent challenges, taking the facts that we have into consideration and acknowledging that we, as standard setters, we can change a lot of things, but we can't change some of the facts. So this is very, very, very interesting and very intellectually challenging and exciting, but we also have a mission to accomplish. So I think that this collaboration with IFAC is fundamental. Thank you very much for this work. Thank you very much for taking your time to share this with us, and please keep us informed, because we will be very good clients of this research. We are happy to know that we have more people working for you, because hopefully this will work for us as well. Thank you.
Just have Ken tell me where to send the bill. No, I'm kidding. Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here.
And now we will stop here for a short break of 20 minutes. We are running a little bit late, but we can reconvene at, I'd say, 3:40. Is that fine? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, David, once again. Well, I think that we are still missing some people, but yeah, Gary, yeah. So let's wait for 30 seconds. Okay, thank you very much for rejoining for the last part of our meeting today. And what we have now in the agenda is the discussion, the presentation, of course, and the discussion of the project plan on sustainability. Of course, you saw the document, so you know what's on the table. But without further ado, I'd like to invite Mark to present the project plan that the working group has come up with, and thank Mark and the working group for the incredible amount of work done to be able to submit these documents and this proposal today. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I was asked if I could, we've talked about alternative approaches to this thing, and I was asked secretly earlier whether we can all go and watch the England-Wales match in the pub, and you just agree what we've done, and we'll just stay quiet on it. I didn't think I was sorry, David. No, not going to work. Okay, thank you. So, firstly, just to pay tribute to the working group members who've been sort of through this and done an enormous amount to get us to this place, supported by Sylvia and Keith, and also by Deanne, who's no longer with us. I was thinking very warm thoughts about Deanne earlier until I looked at my WhatsApp, where I had a message where it said, "I've just landed in Montego Bay." And I just thought, right, you're off the Christmas card list now. But anyway, I want to take you through the proposals in support of the documents that you've got that we're going to spend some time looking at this week. So what we're asking you to do is to consider and hopefully approve our proposals related to ways in which we will look to develop new material covering ethics and independence for sustainability, reporting and assurance. And one of the things that we'll propose to you later is a model, a structure through which that can be delivered. And then linked into that, also ethical and independence questions arising from the increased use of experts in preparing and auditing and assuring sustainability information, but indeed not just sustainability information, a wider challenge around the use of experts in the code, and something that we'll need to also think about coordination because of the IEESB's interest in this space as well. And I think as we sort of talked about quite a bit in the board call that we had at the beginning of November, one of the things that's absolutely fundamental to this project is continued targeted stakeholder engagement and outreach, really to inform the board's continued deliberations and discussions. And in part, we've had 3 presentations today. As a result of those 3 presentations, we've learned things that we probably didn't know. There's probably quite a lot more for us to find out. So therefore, that outreach is going to be absolutely critical. So obviously the background to it, the IESBA with its reporting standards providing a standardized approach. Although remember that the ISSB has been the catalyst, but we recognize there are a number of alternative reporting frameworks that can be used for sustainability information. And it's important that wherever we take the code and however we develop it, the code is fit for purpose for reporting frameworks generally, and is not tied to a particular one. Although, as I said, ISSB is the catalyst. We've heard from Lynn about the IAASB's work to provide assurance standards to sit alongside that. And then, of course, there's our work to think about the revisions we need to make to ethical standards and independent standards to support the delivery of high quality reporting and high quality assurance. So what have we done to date? Well, we agreed at the board call at the beginning of November that given the very challenging timetable that we face and given the volume of stuff that's got to be done, we agreed that the best way to proceed was to focus on some of the technical issues, and the project plan sort of sets that out. And we also acknowledge that because we are still gathering information and building our understanding and building our insight, there are some strategic questions that the board will be asked to take, just not yet. We sat down yesterday with Ken and Gabriella and Sylvia and others, and we started thinking about what's our route to actually get that insight, to get that stakeholder outreach, and to ensure that the board has got as much information as possible to support it in taking those strategic decisions. We're proposing, subject to your agreement, to follow an approach to drafting material that will give us maximum flexibility. So we will have something that develops the material, and then that material can be assembled or constructed into whatever vehicle the board wants it to be assembled or constructed into. The important thing is, though, at this stage, that we can start work quickly to develop that material. I've said already the importance of consultation and engagement, not just with the global regulatory community, and there's already some of that taking place, but with jurisdictional regulators and indeed national standard setters. So we'll be looking to draw on our NSS in particular. And of course, the challenge here is that my question to Granville was this reflection of the fact that there are a diverse range of providers. So we're not just looking at our traditional audience of professional accountants, we're looking at a landscape that contains professional accountants and other providers who are not professional accountants. And the very early consideration of the working group is that the principal public interest consideration is that there is not regulatory arbitrage dependent on who you are. So, you know, I've said it too many times before, but this information is increasingly being used for capital allocation decisions. Therefore, it is in the public interest that it is as reliable as financial information and that it properly underpins public confidence. And in order to do that, regardless of who does it, the same high standards of ethics, independence, and indeed ability, technical understanding to be able to deliver this work should apply. So professional competence, you know, I think I could remember that by now, but never mind. So we will continue that program of engagement, and that will continue to inform and refine our approach. And one of the things I think it's important we're honest up front is there's a lot to do, and dependent on what comes out of that engagement could impact on our timetable, although we are absolutely committed to doing everything that we can to align with the IAASB and indeed the ISSB as it moves towards the finalisation of its standards. So a lot of coordination. We'll need to ensure that we've got proper links in, or to further leverage the links we've got in to the IAASB, to continue our dialogue with the ISSB. Wish they'd chosen different acronyms, it'd be a lot easier. And also ongoing discussion with IOSCO, who are taking very significant interest in this work. And I was particularly gratified to receive a message this morning to say that at the PRI policy conference that took place. The outgoing IOSCO chair, Ashley Alder, name-checked IESBA and talked about the importance of high-quality ethics and independence underpinning sustainability standards, sustainability reporting. So, you know, we are a critical part of the jigsaw, a critical part of the infrastructure. Downside to this is it means we've got to move quickly, and we've got to make sure that material is available. And of course, you know, we are very alive to the public interest, not only the traditional public interest characteristics, but as we learn more about these engagements and as we learn more about who does them, no doubt our consideration of public interest will expand and develop and mature, and it's only right that we're able to do that. So just to give you a flavour, there's been a lot of recent stakeholder outreach. Gabriella mentioned right at the start of the meeting some of the outreach that she and IESBA staff had been doing, some with other board members in Europe, in the US. I've been doing a reasonably significant amount of engagement and outreach myself, where I've also been talking about the work of IESBA and how we're looking to develop the code. And of course, we'll continue to do that. So if I can move on, and the next part of the discussion will very much focus on paper 3A. So this is the first project proposal, which is about revisions of the material in the code covering ethics and independence for sustainability services. We've got a separate project proposal that looks at dealing with experts. So quick summary there. I've already sort of touched on the fact, what does the public interest require? Well, it requires timely delivery of new material, and we need to be in lockstep with the IAASB. So we need to ensure that we're able to provide a package of assurance. Some of the key criteria: we need to develop independent standards that will avoid regulatory arbitrage, so they're there to support whoever is carrying out this work and meeting the needs of people who use this information and rely on it. And we're beginning to get a flavour of some of the other players in the market. It was great to hear the presentation about some of the examples of what's happening in different jurisdictions with some national players, some international players. As I've said, develop something that is neutral in terms of reporting framework. So one of the conversations that I've had has been with GRI, and of course they're very interested to see where we go, what the direction of travel with our work is. And of course, we've also got to reflect on the fact that in different jurisdictions, and as the reporting landscape continues to develop, although we're working all towards the same global baseline, the global baseline has different consequences in different jurisdictions, and we have to make sure that the product that ultimately we develop is as wide-reaching and as broad as possible, and is capable of the maximum possible use and leverage. I think we've done a lot to satisfy ourselves that the code's fundamental principles and the conceptual framework are a great anchor for that. And therefore, what we're looking to do is leverage that and build out on it. And of course, one of the things that the working group concluded early on is in looking at some of these frameworks, there is an alignment with financial reporting, because what we're seeing with the development of these reporting frameworks is an equivalent to a general purpose reporting framework. So not a special purpose one, a general purpose reporting framework just for different types of information. So where does that lead us? The task force will need to consider a number of independence issues and to think about how we deal with those in the context of sustainability assurance. So part of that will be to establish consistent and specific definitions about how we bring that within the context of material in the code. give you examples on the slide there. It will also need the refinement or revision of existing material in the code, and of course that will need full coordination and cooperation with the other standard setting boards to ensure that we're all approaching this from the same perspective. We need to think about, and based on where the IAASB goes, the implications of quality management as an approach, and what that needs for the implications of the code. We need to think about, what sits in terms of non-assurance services. So what sits there as permissible and non-permissible services? What does that do to the overall framework that we've got? And to think about how this reflects on broader relationships between providers of these services and the financial interests that they might have. We need to think about how we bring within the material those factors that articulate the public interest, and how we do that in a way that frames the material that we develop, regardless of the vehicle that sits in. So there is a sort of overarching framing challenge piece, particularly in respect of how independence works. And of course, one of the things that was touched on in the earlier presentations, and Ken asked a question of Lynn, was, how does the IAASB propose to deal with the challenge of group engagements? And we need to make sure, of course, that the code is capable of aligning with that. And obviously, if there are changes that happen to existing IAASB standards as a result of further work that follows the standard that's being developed, then we of course need to be live to that, and we need to make sure that the code we develop is one that is not going to be time limited, it's flexible, and it recognizes that. So those are some examples of some of the independence considerations. If I move on to the other side, the ethical considerations, so thinking very much about parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code. As I've said, we've got a robust framework, we've got a conceptual framework, and we've got clarity over ethical requirements for professional accountants. Where we've got professional accountants providing these services, of course, the provisions in parts 1 to 3 already apply, but there'll need to be some further work in that respect. So what the project proposal sets out is the need to address ethics issues that are arising from sustainability engagements, but doing so in a way that leverages the existing model of the code. And of course, we need to determine how best to adapt the provisions that sit in parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code to sustainability assurance providers, regardless of who those providers are. And of course, we've already done quite a bit of work to explain this. So there was a staff publication that highlighted how the code's provisions apply to sustainability reporting at the moment, where it's carried out by professional accountants. So some further sort of technical considerations. The terminology of the code focuses on financial reporting and assurance engagements. We need to think about whether we can bring sustainability related examples to provide greater context to help with the application of those requirements within parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code. We've already talked about the need to enhance section 220, so the planning and the preparing and presenting of information to reflect that there are slightly different characteristics and challenges to sustainability information. And I think it's quite interesting when we listen to some of the presentations earlier, because, as the approach of the IESBA continues to develop, on one hand, you've got financial information. On the other hand, you've got narrative disclosure information around sustainability, but you've also got the two coming together, where sustainability information also has financial consequences. So we recognize that we're looking across a full range of information in that respect. So what we need to do is think about developing guidance, because there is greater use, and you heard it earlier, greater use of discretion, estimates, consideration of materiality in the context of sustainability information. And of course, there are particular considerations about the preparation of that information, who fits into that engagement, how they deliver it, and indeed the particular need, and we've set it out already in the staff publication that Sylvia authored around greenwashing and some of the issues that need to be addressed there. We also need to develop sustainability related guidance for part 3, where professional accountants in public practice provide sustainability reporting and assurance readiness work. So effectively, one of the things that is perhaps, and it came up in some of the discussions around different providers that operate in this space, we've got to ensure, as well as avoiding regulatory arbitrage, we don't have the risk that is well established and addressed by the code, that you've not got someone effectively marking their own homework. They're there helping an organization to get ready to improve the quality of its sustainability reporting. If you've done that, you can't provide independent assurance. So we need to ensure that that very significant public interest angle is addressed. So here's something that sets an overview of the work streams in respect of agenda item 3A, what we propose to do in independence, what we propose to do in ethics. If your eyesight's better than mine, you can read it in some detail, but effectively it summarizes the last slides that I've just talked through and provides a frame for the particular pieces of work that the task force and the groups that sit under it will need to progress and to take forward. And I think one of the things you'll begin to see is that what will come sort of slightly later in terms of the slides is the real importance of coordination within the task forces that will take forward this work. Because of the amount of work that has to be delivered, it's not feasible to do it as one task force. We need to break it up into manageable chunks, but it's really important that those separate streams are properly coordinated and aligned and have a common understanding sort of based on those key building blocks. And I think that that's really important. So what we're proposing for the board to consider and approve is in respect of this piece about sustainability, effectively a task force that has 2 streams to it. The first of those is one looking at independence, so effectively the material traditionally in part 4 of the code. The second looking at ethical considerations, so the material traditionally in parts 1, 2 and 3 of the code. And what we've been talking about is the importance of both of those groups having time to work together to try and coordinate some of the task force meetings to ensure that the areas where we need common understanding in that middle box are properly aligned and brought together. And that means we're going to have some sort of coordination working group, possibly bringing together the chairs of those individual streams as a way of ensuring that we can demonstrate to the board that we've got a proper grip on this and it's all going to come together. And of course, over on the right, you've got a further task force, which is going to be the use of experts, and that's going to develop, but it will also need to be coordinated in the same way, because how experts are used does have, let's say, an oversized bearing on the sustainability part, and therefore we need to make sure that we're able to address that. Good to have Lynn with us today. Importance of coordination with the IEESB. There's a lot of that already ongoing with staff coordination and cooperation. And we heard from Lynn about some of the issues that they're considering as they develop their program, which of course are relevant to us. We'll need to ensure that we've got appropriate liaising members going into the IEESB and coming out of the IEESB into our task forces to ensure that we've got this consistency. And although you know, because of where we are with timing, we're closely following behind the IASB. We need to make sure that we've got proper alignment and coordination throughout. So I said stakeholder engagement is absolutely vital. And I think in the conversations we were having ahead of the board meeting yesterday as a way of preparing for this session, we recognise the need to invest significant time and effort into this. So firstly, thinking about our stakeholder groups to engage with, so the users of this information, those who are taking this as decision useful information and really relying on it, to think about the PA community that's engaged in this space, and also other professions that are engaged in this space. And we heard from David about a number of jurisdictions where the non-PA providers are significantly larger in number and more active than the PA providers. We need to ensure that our engagement is also with those who are tasked with things like the adoption of IESBA standards and the infrastructure that we develop around it, and thinking particularly about implementation, and of course from my perspective a particular interest in enforcement as well of the standards. And of course we're going to have to engage with the preparer community, recognizing that there is a similar diversity in the preparer community just as there is with the assurers. So we've had some input so far from the sustainability questionnaire that's been sitting on our website. Yesterday, we talked about a series of global roundtables looking at a model where there'd be some in-person activity and some virtual activity to ensure that this is a way of building on our existing significant outreach program. So taking what we already do with the CAG, with the NSS, with IFAC, with key stakeholders like the Forum of Firms and the regulatory community, particularly those regulators represented on the monitoring group, and really reaching out more widely through these global roundtables. So I very much look forward to circling the globe in 9 days again, but I assure you it's possible. But this is going to be the key to this project, stakeholder engagement and getting views to ensure that what we produce hits the ground and meets their needs. So, you know, we'll be looking really not just to those involved in taking forward the task forces, but all of our colleagues on the board and all of your stakeholders to make sure that we're properly informed. Deliverables, well, you'll have heard Gabriella use the term very frequently in some of the engagement with the regulatory community and others, the importance of developing profession agnostic standards for ethics and independence. So, you know, we will look at how we do that. As we said, we've got strategic decisions to take next year, but those will be informed by further outreach. You know, how do we actually want to structure the final product? To think about how we supplement the code with non-authoritative guidance to help with application. And that could be something that we particularly need to think about to help the non-PA community who might use the code to ensure a high standard of ethics and independence in these engagements. And therefore, we do have a decision coming about what is the vehicle. Is it within the construct of the existing code? Is it integrated? Is it standalone? Is it separate? We've already given thought about how we develop the material so it can lend itself to any of those options. So at this stage, we're not about ruling things out, we're about maximum flexibility. And of course, those revisions to parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code, because there is work still to do to better reflect sustainability reporting. And that's best shown in this diagram, which I think you all saw for the board call at the beginning of November. You know, we can do revisions to the extant code, we can have an entirely separate handbook. Both of them bring challenges, both of them bring opportunities. We get to decide on those at a later point. That's the end of sustainability. I'm going to pause now, Gabriella, and take questions before we move on to the second project proposal in respect of experts. But hopefully that's a good basis to engage with colleagues on the board and ask for some thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mark. It is for sure. I think that this triggers a lot of thoughts. Let's see if there are questions from the board. It is important that the board has everything very clear before making any decision. So if you have questions, if there is anything that is not there that you'd like to know, or any comment or suggestion, everything will be very welcome at this point. Andy.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mark, for that. That was really helpful. I have got two follow-up questions. The first one is when will, I think I saw something mentioned this in the pre-read, but can you remind me, when will we see any results from the questionnaire? But then my more substantive question is you made a statement, I thought I heard a statement that we would be following behind the IAASB, and I didn't quite understand that interaction. Do they come first and we come second, or will it be more of a parallel track? I don't know if you recall making that statement, but I was intrigued by that.
Thank you, Andy. We're still getting results from the questionnaire. So we're pushing out to get some more. So me sort of deciding where we go on the hoof at the moment, I would like to see if we can get some more in the run up to Christmas, and then very early in the new year, share something by email with board members to see this is some of the things that are coming out, because we'd like to use the insight from the questionnaire really to help us design and inform the roundtables that we want to hold. Possibly bad wording on my part following behind the IAASB. It's just that they've got their project plan and got it to an earlier point than us. So therefore, what I'm saying is that we are, in a sense, moving behind their timetable, but we very much need to meet the same outcome and at the same point, and we need to be able to sort of work alongside them and the IAASB when sustainability reporting sort of goes live, and it's all there at the same point.
Thank you, Mark. I think that Begonia wants to ask something, please. It's not you. I'm sorry.
No.
I don't see. But there is. Oh,
no, it's Kato.
Sorry, because I don't see the name from here.
Mark, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to support working groups draft project proposals to develop the profession agnostic standard in a timely manner. I think it is important that IESBA will have communication and work closely with several stakeholders continuously, while maintaining a balance between due process and accelerated responses. I have two comments. The first thing is related to effectiveness and efficiency in outreach. It would be effective and efficient that IESBA will work together or exchange information with IAASB, IOSCO, and other organizations which are planning to conduct outreach like IESBA. That would help us save our resources. The second thing is related to non-PAs. For our development of professional agnostic standard, it is, I believe, the global roundtable is particularly important because the global roundtable involves non-PAs. I believe such roundtable will provide us the valuable and enlightening inputs, which are helpful to obtain a better understanding of actual practice in assurance reporting and sustainability assurance and reporting, and develop our standard. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly the point you make about the efficiency about the engagement is absolutely critical. And one of the things we need to make sure is that we and the IESB are there sharing information readily, because, you know, in a sense, it's the same backdrop that is going to inform the development of both an assurance standard and independence and ethical standards. So absolutely take on point what you said. And of course, the roundtables are critical for bringing in that non-PA community. And I think one of the things that I took from David's presentation is that they don't have an IFAC, they don't have a global body, they don't have a representative group. It's far more fragmented. So therefore, you know, we need to reach out to some of the key players that have been recognised in that market to make sure that we can bring them into that discussion, and that we do understand the nature of the work that they do. But I think we had some really interesting insights from David's presentation about the importance of understanding and being able to address. I think regulatory arbitrage is a poor term in this sort of particular context, but it is the optionality of the framework in the non-PA community is greater than it is than it is with PAs. So this idea that people have regard to ISA 3000, it's always something that fills me with fear. So I think your points are very well made.
Thank you, Junpei and Mark. Caroline.
Thanks, Mark. And so my when I was reading the project proposal and listening to the presentation that you made, one question I have is really about profession agnostic standards and what exactly are we looking at. And I went back to the IOSCO press release, and it says IOSCO welcomes the board's plans to work towards high quality global assurance and ethics, including independent standards that are profession agnostic and can support limited and ultimately reasonable assurance of sustainability related information. And I see that in the project proposal, the working group, you know, addresses very clearly the coming up with profession agnostic standards on the independent side. But I was wondering whether in terms of sustainability reporting, there's a need to also consider profession agnostic standards, because as you said, David talked about the other players in the market, and I'm just thinking, you know, what field of play they will be involved in currently, as well as more in the future. And I foresee that it's more likely that their involvement is in sustainability reporting. Currently, they're already in that space, and you know, there's nothing to say that they would stop being providing services in that space. So maybe that's something, if it's not within the scope of the current project plan, to at least address or consider whether there's a need to look at more the ethics side of it, so that we are building ethics standards, not just for professional accountants that carry out or that are involved in sustainability reporting, but others outside of the profession that might be doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And you know, that's extremely welcome advice, and one that we will take, you know, will take fully into account. I think, you know, the ethics point is important. And I sort of have to lean back into that, because I spend a lot of my time thinking about independence, and therefore it's the one that I have front of mind. But you are right that this is going to be an issue. I think the point as well about the future is a really important one, because we heard from Granville about the fact that the ISSB will carry out an agenda consultation next year. there's a lot of speculation about what happens beyond S2. But for instance, if beyond S2, there is an S3 and an S4 that cover things like nature and biodiversity, that is more likely to further broaden the diversity of the providers of these types of engagements. And therefore, if our code is going to stand the test of time, what we do in terms of ethics needs to consider that sort of almost like expanding role and remit. So I think it's very important that that you raise that. Like you know, I think the importance is that we develop high quality standards. I think, you know, personally, professionally agnostic, actually, you know, I still adhere to the view that I took when I listened to the work of the benchmarking work that IESBA had carried out, that what we have is a really good code, and we should use that to demonstrate why it's important to drive high quality ethics and independence, not just in standard financial reporting engagements, but engagements more broadly. Because one of the things that we do know is that investors and other stakeholders are demanding assurance over ever more information, and ever more information is, and so we've got to be flexible in a way that means that we're not sitting here in 2 years' time. We say, well, actually, we've got to do something else because the landscape has changed. So I think that's great advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. If I may, I know that now it's Begonia, but that if you allow me, Begonia, just to not to lose this discussion, because I had somehow the same question as Caroline, but also linked to a more operational and very practical question. And this is really a question for you, Mark, or for the working group, because from the project proposal, I have one doubt, which is what exactly each one of the work streams will deal with. Because we have ethics, we have independence, and in some moments of the document, it says independence, independence issues for sustainability, but at the output, it has ethics and independence for sustainability assurance. So for me, it's clear that this project will deal with ethics, will deal with independence for preparers and for assurance. But what exactly each one of the work streams will deal with, it's not that clear to me. In slide 12, and let me go back to it, in slide 12, you have drafting team 1, independence considerations for sustainability assurance, and drafting team 2, ethics considerations for sustainability reporting. So it seems that it is independence for assurance, ethics for reporting, and okay. So it is what's there is what you are proposing, that drafting team 1 deals only with independence for assurance, and drafting team 2, ethics and independence, both for reporting and assurance. And this is somehow linked with this question, because I really had the same doubt. I mean, I think that we are now all comfortable around this table about developing profession agnostic for sustainability assurance. The request from IOSCO is very clear. We are not anymore discussing whether we are going to do that. This is a decision, etc. Not that clear that we made a similar decision for the reporting side. And I'm not saying that we have to make that decision today, or that it should have been made, but would really appreciate if the working group or drafting group or work stream, I mean, we'll see how we name it, would consider that, because I think that the same questions apply. It can be that we are not able to develop in the same time frame or whatever, but the same questions apply. To your comment, Mark, that what if then we will have a S3 and an S4 and an S5, that this may force us to enlarge the scope and have other kind of considerations. I think, but I think I'm not sure, but from the conversations and the outreach that we have been undertaking, it seems that within the companies that are already providing us sustainability reporting, most of them, I'm not saying all of them, but I think I'd say almost all of them have separated teams working in this area. They have people who are more on the engineering or science or human resources or whatever. So the fact that non-professional accountants are already involved in preparing, in the preparation, I think it's even more visible and clear than on the assurance side. So this is just bringing more food for thought, but I think that this question should really be considered and we should discuss it and close it with a decision. We're going to do it or we are not going to do it. But it's actually an important question, and thank you, Caroline, for raising it, because I think that the board should be clear about what we are aiming to do. Begonia, sorry.
Yes, well, thank you, Gabriela. In some way, what I want to say is very much what you said. From the PIOB perspective, from the public interest perspective, we think that, well, you are dealing with something important, which is the ethical independence about the but not only the assurance, those that are going to assure the information, but those that are preparing the information. So we understood that the aim of the IESBA, the code, is to consider all these aspects from a professional agnostic perspective, meaning that all preparers and assurers could be accountants or non-accountants. So this is why we were a bit, we did not understand entirely why there is a third group dealing with experts, because in our understanding, the experts, so-called experts, will be those that in many cases prepare the information. So why there will be some that could be experts, but many so-called experts could be really the preparers of the information or even the assurers of the information. So we didn't understand entirely this third stream, because in our understanding, well, the sustainability reporting is going to be done and assured, and is happening at the moment, and it will be even more in the future. It will be prepared by others. And I know that the IESBA is following the IESSB, but if you think about what's happening in Europe, well, these other areas are already being required to companies. So preparers, assurers will have to deal with it. So it's something that I know is not the first problem of the IESBA, because it's more aligned with IESSB, but those that do the information and assure the information, they will have to deal with social, environmental, and governance things much more than climate. So if you want to work for them and for the preparers, you have to onboard that as well. That's all. Thank you.
No, that's both comments fully taken on board. I might suggest that it's a strategic decision, but it is actually one that we are aware of. And the thing is, possibly because you weren't because you didn't actually see our last meeting, Begona. One of the things that we started when we developed this as a working group is that our initial model was we would use section 4 of the code to develop our approach to independence. So therefore, that's why it in a sense sits to one side, because it was rooted in where we were going. And then we actually said, no, we need something that is more flexible. And that flexibility needs to allow us to effectively deliver an output that is not necessarily rooted in the current structure. It might be standalone, it might sit in a separate section. So I think what you have there is a legacy of that. But be absolutely assured that in developing material, regardless of whether it sits in the code, a separate section of the code, or a new code, it will also consider independence from the perspective of those preparing that information. and we will make sure that that is brought within the ethical considerations and aligned with the independence considerations there. So that is fully taken on board. With regards to your challenge about use of experts, we recognise that in taking forward this project, sustainability draws on a broader and different group of experts to that normally seen in a lot of standard financial reporting. And therefore, one of the things that we wanted to consider was that sustainability throws up a lot of expert-related questions, but actually, in throwing up those expert-related questions, there's a wider need to consider whether or not the code needs to be revised more generally, not just for sustainability experts, but for broader experts. And I think this is probably, again, one of those strategic decisions the board will need to take next year, because we may need to focus on independence and ethics in the context of sustainability. And, you know, if we need greater flexibility, experts may need to run at a slightly slower pace. I don't know. But we will have to take those decisions when the board is able to determine what the final output is, how that's delivered, how we ensure that it aligns with the IAASB. But it is a significant component of the expert debate, and therefore it is a really efficient way for us to harvest some of the answers to this sort of wider question. So that's why it's aligned. But the nature of what it produces may fit within the scope of the code in a slightly different way.
Thank you, Mark. I see many hands being raised. Brian, welcome, joining us from Vienna. I think that you want to ask something.
Oh, sure. Hi, and hi, everyone. I think Yaoshu was actually quite a bit before me, but.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who was first. So Yaoshu.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. And when I read that Render 3A paragraph 11 and the independence provisions relating to the provisions of non-assurance services to audit client would apply when a financial statement auditor is called upon to assist or advise an audit client on sustainability reporting matters. And I think there is one thing I concern that our extended code, all of our concept based on the financial information. For example, the related entities. When we identify the related entities, we are based on the control and the significant influence over the client. It's also based on the financial information. But for the sustainability report, for example, the concept of related entities, that's different for the the assurance services and for the sustainability report. That I wonder whether the same concept, but they have the same meaning because we need to consider more factors about the ESG factors about the sustainability report. And I think our task force may consider such factors. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'd make 2 points. The first is on the matter that you raise. It absolutely shows the importance of us aligning with the IAASB and understanding where they go in respect of the group audit concept in respect of sustainability. And I think that's why Ken's question earlier was so important, because that is critical. And actually when you just asked that question, and I may be employing Caroline as a consultant when she steps down from the board, because her slides earlier where she showed, you know, the corporate structures that you were trying to deal with through ETGA, I think Yao Shu's question is really put into sort of great context. If you said, take a company, for instance, like BASF, a chemical giant, and think about how it would do scope 3 reporting. And the sort of slide that you had earlier, Caroline, showing the enormous number of corporate entities and the interdependency of information is absolutely critical in that context. And we need to make sure that we're thinking about that. You know, can we develop material that would properly support scope 3 reporting by a complex company that not only has multiple corporate entities, that has scope 3 implications with external parties, but also has scope 3 implications because of internal transactions. And how do you make sure as a result you don't end up with a greenwashed position where you have someone who, for instance, who might want to be unscrupulous could net off things and actually show a reduced position. So there are some really great case studies that we can develop as a way of illustrating to the board, this is the sort of scenario that we might have to think about in the context of this company. Would this material properly lend itself to that consideration? So I think it's a really great question for us, and we'll certainly reflect on that.
Thank you, Mark. Now, Brian.
Thanks very much, Gabriela. I was just thinking about the, it's maybe a bit of a follow-on conceptually to what Caroline was saying, but just in terms of, if I look at drafting team 1 and coming up with the independence considerations, I think we as IESBA have a pretty good latitude there for owning that space and not needing to be too worried about other standard setters from other professions and other groups that are operating in that arena. Yes, there's conflict of interest requirements in some other professions and so on, but we're probably pretty good there. When it does get to the ethics considerations and it becomes broader, and I do think that those are very important because they make the package of reporting and the assurance area. So I think it's important. But there, I think we do run a considerable risk of dealing with other professions in particular. If I think about just the engineers, for instance, yes, you've got the IEEE and they've got a certain code of ethics. It's relatively modest, I would say, and I probably wouldn't imagine a lot of interoperability issues there. But when it comes down to implementation for individual engineers and individual firms, then you're back into sort of that local jurisdiction area that is very different than the operating environment of accountants, where there really is an IESBA code that then filters down through the PAOs and so, or other groups. But there is a basis for that, whereas different local jurisdictions in the engineering side are less homogeneous. And so there could be strange situations set up where you've got folks that are kind of mandated to follow 2 different codes. And so it's just a bit of, I mean, it's concern. I don't think it's not something that's that we can't overcome, but it's just something to bear in mind, the fact that there will be full-on codes that other folks in this space will have responsibilities to, that we will need to think about how our standards interoperate with, if they are going to be subject to those standards as well. But I mean, hey, that's just sort of, I see it more of as a challenge and an opportunity, perhaps. Maybe I have to be careful what I wish for, but anyways, thanks.
Sure, Brian, made more relevant that challenge when we know that bigger and more relevant standard setters are coming to the table, like it was mentioned before by David, I think, and even Mark, that ISO is going to sit with us at IOSCO roundtable. So it's there are a lot of other standard setters, but Vanya.
Thank you. And I think it's quite important that your question and Caroline's was raised, because I think that we should consider the definition of agnostic. The agnostic sense that ISSB has, it's quite different than the one I think that we are using here. what is the concept of agnostic for ISSB? Is that it's the building block. The first basis is the financial statements. And you do not have to use IFRS accounting standards in order to prepare an ISSB that will be the second block, the second grade. So you can still use US GAAP and then use ISSB. Is this sense of agnostic that they use? And ISSB is supposed to be a framework or a standard to be used to any sustainability standard that IFRS will be generating. So the general requirement, S1, will be applied to all the future S that are to come. They will be using a thematic way, and now it's climate, but secondly, it will be water, it will be biodiversity, it will be social, whatever. And there is an industry block as well, because the KPIs that are expected to be presented for a company will be differ according to sector, according to challenge for ESG aspects. That's the concept of agnostic that they are using. And I don't see actually that as really a complication for IESBA, because when we started discussing agnostic, is much more related to ISA 600 than anything else, because the professional accountant will be using sustainability information that they will be not being the one who generated, because accountants do not have to learn how to calculate gas emissions, how to calculate the pollution, how to calculate the waste of water, for example. They will receive this information from professional, from specialists, from experts, but they will be incorporating that information in the corporate reporting. And so we started discussing agnostic term in the sense that they will be providing information for us. We are compelled to follow an ethical code because we have this commitment with the public interest, but this professional does not have the same commitment. How to extend that for that? I don't see that as a problem, because the fundamental principles do not change according to profession. The fundamental principles that we have for accountancy, the necessity of being reliable, of being transparent, of being committed to the quality of the information, does not change because I'm an engineer or because I am, for example, a chemist. So I think that it's just a question that I do not be the one to establishing rule for engineers' work. But when engineers are providing information for the corporate reporting, the accountant will be the end point to present that report, how to ask them to be committed to the same ethical code that we are. I think it's much more connected to that. I don't know if I helped or if I just want to bring what ISSB actually means by agnostic and how we can deal with that.
Thank you very much, Vanya, for this additional information. I realize now that I did not give Mark the opportunity to react to Brian's comment or question. I don't know if you want to say anything in reaction to that.
Well, only that of course we do have to take account of that, and you know, in a sense we have a long tradition of being able to do that in the code and in how it's applied, because increasingly, for instance, an audit team may include people within the team, permanent people within the team, who have specialisms other than audit. And therefore they might be subject to relevant ethical requirements, but they demonstrate them in a slightly different way. So I think that that's a great point, Brian. I think if I just pick up on Vanya's point, and it almost aligns with a comment that Jens was making in the break. It's not agnostic. if I stole some wording from the European Commission, I would say that what the code needs to be is interoperable. You know, we need to be able to use it regardless of, you know, who is going to apply it. So it's not necessarily that it's agnostic, it's just the fact that it's more widely flexible, it's interoperable for a more diverse range of people. So I think we have to think very carefully about how we package that within, you know, firstly, what we propose to develop, but secondly, how we propose to engage and explain that to stakeholders when we do the outreach and the roundtables. But again, that's enormously helpful. Thank you. I should have put in my order for Saka talk, Brian, if you're coming back from Vienna.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yes, I agree with you that we have to be careful in the way that we communicate this and present this when we are undertaking outreach activities. We have to make sure that once we get there, we have something clear to show to stakeholders, both professional accountants and non-professional accountants, so that they can understand how it will look like in the future, how it can look like in the future. Because I surely agree with you that agnostic is a word that we can change it by interoperable. What I think that this is more about interacting with the other standards. But for me, it's even more basic. I'm sorry, because it's about being understandable. It's about being accessible. It's about being simple enough for any professional to understand what's there. And we have spoken about that. But I think that we still have people. Yeah, come, Sonam, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I have one suggestion in relation to stakeholder outreach. Mark said in his previous presentation that they know the 6 countries where non-PAs are doing majority of assurance works. So in this regard, my suggestion is we put extra effort, make an extra effort to engage them, reach out them, and invite them to our roundtable. So I'll do my part because Korea is one of the 6 countries where non-PA is doing the most of the jobs. So that's my suggestion and proposal. Thank you.
And thank you, Sungnam, because I was looking for an excuse to come back to Korea, and you've just given it to me. But no, I think that is really important that we draw on the insight that we've got. There are 6 jurisdictions we can reach out to, and we can get, you know, we can use that to get some targeted insight, which will be really helpful. So your help would be much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the local prayers, yeah, in particular.
Thank you very much, Sonam. Sadia.
Thank you. I have 3 suggestions for the working group to consider. The first thing is that we've said that we're going to extend stakeholder outreach. We have 2 types of coordination. That's coordination between 3 working groups or 3 streams, plus with other standard setting bodies. And I was wondering how this is all going to play out. And I'm sure the working group also has to envision how this will play out. But my first question was, are we envisioning 1 exposure draft from these 2 work streams or 2 exposure drafts? And that's probably something that doesn't have an answer right now, depending on who the stakeholder would be, who would be reacting to it, and how the pace of these 2 work streams go. But I would consider 2 exposure drafts just because then it would be a re-exposure of the entire code. The second thing was, I think the working group has been rather clever because they've identified a way to manage all of this by defining terms upfront. I would suggest that you extend it to drafting conventions. I think it could help track how coordination between the different work streams are managed, and then it will make the consistency issue a little bit easier when it comes to approval process. The last thing to consider is, what would be our due process when it comes to professional agnostic standards? So I know that we said it's non-authoritative, but it is the first time we would be doing it. And I was wondering whether there's any thought on whether there'll be consultation on what guidance we put out and whether it passes the quality test. Thank you.
That last question is a really horrible one, isn't it? But we'll give that. I'm not going to sort of react to it immediately, but it is a really important one, and I agree with you. This is almost sort of material for a different audience to our traditional audience, and therefore we will need to make sure the due process that we do helps us deliver the right product to the right people, and that it is effective in meeting our objectives. So I think that's a really helpful reminder to us. I think our intention had been to coordinate things and bring it together as a single exposure draft, recognizing that it is significant. But I think perhaps that should be our intent, but we may have to revisit that intent, particularly when we come back to the board to take some of the strategic decisions that we need to take either in March or June of next year. So I think that is also an important thing that we need to factor into account at that point. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mark. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. It's been a very, very rich discussion, I must say, and there have been so many views and suggestions that have been flying across the room that I, in the context of the World Cup for soccer, I'm actually visualizing a puzzle the size of a soccer field with 18 people around it and trying to put the pieces together. And that's basically what we're trying to grapple with. But really just a few thoughts and reflections on basis of the discussion. First of all, on this issue of developing profession agnostic standards for the reporting side, I would say let's not jump 2 feet first without thinking carefully about the implications, because there are ramifications to going down that path immediately. I'm not saying necessarily that longer term that isn't the way to go, but in the short term, we first of all need to do our homework. Let's understand, who are those sorts of experts who prepare and present sustainability information and do the reporting. Whether they're engineers, consultants, what have you. And let's understand the implications for this board and the body of the standards that it has been developing over time, which is a code of ethics for professional accountants. What would it mean if now we pivot effectively the orientation of those standards to basically anybody who's involved in the preparation of information, whether it's financial or non-financial? So, and that's just one implication. There are others as well. For example, what are we going to name this body of standards if it's now not just limited to accountants? Secondly, it's also useful for the board to just be sensitive as to how it's going to get all the work done within a year, so to speak. And to my mind, this idea of don't buy too much in one go and end up with indigestion is an important thought. Let's really pace ourselves. Let's be structured about the analysis that needs to be done, taking into account all the outreach that will, to Sungnam's point, will be critical, and all of this needs to fit together, as I say, neatly as pieces of a puzzle. Thirdly, this strange discussion about whether it's profession agnostic or whether it's interoperable standards. I'm not sure whether the two are mutually exclusive, because it's essentially looking at a prism from the different sides. It's essentially the same thing, because when we're thinking about professional agnostic standards, essentially who's doing the work, whether it's the preparation, the reporting, or whether it's the assurance side. And when we're talking about interoperable standards, it's to Brian's point, it's making sure that those standards are going to be able to be working with other standards together alongside those other standards. So I'm not sure they are necessarily one or the other, but they certainly can go together. And maybe one final thing is, let's really think carefully about the timing of the decision about well, essentially the strategic decisions that will need to be made, not only just in terms of the packaging and the pathway to take on the assurance side, but also to Caroline's point, this question of the scoping of the work on the reporting side. Do we really wait until all the analysis is done by the time we get to, let's say, June, or will it come to a point along the way when the answer is going to be so obvious to everybody that essentially there's only one way that's going to work for everyone because of all of these reasons, and therefore let's do a quick fair and let's jump onto the track that we need to get on and really just focus resources on that pathway. So that's, I think, a question that should be sort of in our minds as we explore the path forward.
Sure, Ken. Thank you very much for those comments. And before giving the floor to Laurie, let me just add to what I said before and what Caroline also mentioned about the considerations about developing or not professional agnostic standards on the ethics or preparer side. My concern, I think that we cannot come up with any response, but I think that we should really, my question is more about taking the question and making a decision about it, because we are going to be asked, as we saw from Begonia's intervention. So it can be possible, for instance, I'm just giving an example, that we conclude that this is appropriate and that this is necessary, but we can't do it at the same time as we do the rest. So we will postpone this. I'm just putting I mean, that can this is for the working group, I think, to reflect. But I really think that we should not neglect or disregard the question, because we have to face it and discuss it. On your second point of the yeah, but I'll go back there after. Laurie, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. So sorry, I'm not going to be close enough to this. Just briefly, I think when I look at this, and I think on the tax task force, how useful the roundtables were for us, and I know we've got a lot of outreach planned here. There's going to be a significant trick in how we craft those outreach and roundtables to get to these broader groups of stakeholders that will be both have something to say about this, but will be impacted potentially by this interoperable, thing that we're building. So I think that's going to be particularly challenging. And Mark, I'm sure you've already thought about that, but and secondly, would you anticipate that in those roundtables you'll include the use of the expert, because there's this overlap? Yeah, there's an overlap that the expert discussion will have to be discussed. Yeah, all right. That's all. Makes sense to me.
I think all of these are sort of things that have to be folded in. What we recognize is that we're being asked to do an enormous piece of work in a very short piece of time, and therefore only if it's properly coordinated and only if we are as efficient and effective as possible will we stand a chance of delivering what we have to. To not pick up on the experts thing would be a missed opportunity, in my view. So therefore I think we have to. So I think that's really important. I was also struck, and I think Ken's challenge is really helpful over, the timing of some of these strategic decisions. One of the things that I'm actually quite encouraged by is, as a working group, we've been asked to get our arms around something really big, something difficult, and something that doesn't necessarily align with the usual sort of work of this board. And we've done so, and we've had some really good engagement with the board, and we've worked a way forward. But it is quite a difficult thing to do when you're doing it as 5 members of an 18-member board. One of the advantages of the structure that we've proposed, where you've effectively got 2 work streams looking at the revisions of the code for sustainability, be it independence, for both preparation and assurance and ethics, and the work on experts, is it brings a much larger number of board members within those meetings that are taking those decisions. So in response to your point, Ken, there may be particular issues where all of the members who are involved in that work very early come to a conclusion that this is a particular issue where we feel sufficiently comfortable to ask the board for direction at an earlier point. This is a more difficult issue that needs further work. So therefore, we need to do that further work and ask the board for direction at a later point. But I'm quite comforted by that because, you know, we've had some great work as a working group, but it is slightly lonely when you're doing it as sort of one subset of a bigger whole. And actually, we'll do this as a selection of bigger subsets covering more of the board, and therefore an opportunity to, you know, have a richer discussion and bring in more views and more alternatives and test things with a wider group of people. And therefore, you know, where that allows us to, we should be fleet of foot and look to try and move forward on resolving some of those issues.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, and I can't disagree with both of you. And this is the second topic that where I'd like to say something, and that it's I fully agree that we will have to be ready, and I mentioned that before, to make decisions along the way, which we have admitted to be taken later on, but that we may have to anticipate, and it's for the good of the project and of those working, because we will not be losing time doing something that we already know that it's not going to be useful. So this agility, being agile, being nimble, being open to adapt and adjust along the way, I think it's a mandatory issue and feature of this project, which is also different probably from what we had in the past. So I think, Laurie, you still want to say something? So I don't see anyone else. So let me just, before we move to the second part of the presentation on the experts, on the use of the experts, and it's probably time to also give a little bit more information to Begonia on her question, why aren't we taking everything together? But before that, let me just wrap up a little bit the discussion so that we know where we are. Everybody listened to Mark's presentation about what's the working group proposal. I think that there is nothing in this proposal that has deserved a disagreement of the board. So we will move forward with the plan of having a strategic decision on the package, or when we have something to show to the stakeholders and tests it with stakeholders, but also after having collected all the information that we have to collect daily, like this one from IFAC and others that we will take. So this is going to be a decision to be taken later on. The proposal is to have a task force with two drafting groups. I must say that I don't like very much the name. I'd like to put more importance in these groups and call them work streams or whatever, but the name is the less important. One task force with two drafting groups or work streams or whatever, one working on independence for assurance, the other on independence and ethics for, ethics for reporting and assurance, and one separated task force on experts that will necessarily interact constantly with this task force. So there will be three chairs of the three task forces and working group or coordination committee or whatever to make sure that this is well connected and coordinated. Well, the profession agnostic nature of the standards to be developed for assurance is, I think it's agreed upon. The nature of the standards to be developed and the changes to be made for sustainability reporting is to be discussed within the working group, and a suggestion to be made to the board later on. Keep agile, flexible, and make decisions along the way. So, Mark, please, can you move to the next part of the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Gabriella. made it to 49 and I'm finally agile and nimble. So no. So on to the second part. So this is paper 3B, which is the use of experts, which we see obviously as very closely aligned with the wider sort of sustainability question. So we should say that the background to this is the 2022 strategy survey. And one of the things that was in a sense a catalyst for the work that ETGA had done, that tax planning and technology roundtables had done, was recognise that there was an increasing importance to look at the ethics and independence arrangements regarding the use of experts. And certainly one of the things that we took away from the survey was that there was a public interest issue to address here, and we needed to do further work to ensure that we could properly respond to what our stakeholders had said about, you know, this being a public interest issue. Do we actually properly address it? So we recognise firstly that experts have a contribution to make, be it either to the work that goes in and supports an audit opinion or supports an assurance conclusion, and therefore we have to make sure that the code is properly fit for purpose in that respect. I think also we pick up on the fact that there were questions from other stakeholders and the PIOB about the applicability of the code to those experts, recognising that those experts aren't necessarily drawn from a professional accounting background, and therefore is there sufficient in the code as it currently is to provide the necessary protection and to meet the expectations of our stakeholders. So, you know, we've got two questions there: the role and independence of experts that are involved in an audit engagement, are those properly accommodated within the code? And of course, increasingly, and this is why sustainability is a good sort of foil to this project, we are relying on judgment to a greater extent, and judgment in more complex areas and different areas, and therefore is the code fit for purpose in that respect? And of course, where we are at the moment is reflect the fact that the extant code does not specify ethical requirements for experts that work along with professional accountants. There is some material in sections 230 and 220 and 320. There has been work recently that the IESBA have taken forward through the quality management approach that also revised ISA 220, which had a definition of an engagement team and an audit team excluding external experts. So therefore, have we got appropriate response within that? And of course, the IESBA have the long-standing ISA 620, which deals with auditors' responsibilities for use of an expert. Although interestingly, ISA 620 doesn't actually have a hook in it to link to the code and ethical requirements. That happens at the engagement level rather than specifically at the level of ISA 620. And recognising again that this is an opportunity for further engagement with the IESBA. In a sense, that's almost like a bit of unfinished business, because it needs to be addressed both in the code and in the ISA, in my view. There's also the revised ISAE 3000. So again, looking at external experts that are engaged by a firm for an assurance engagement. And of course, there's also long-standing provisions about management experts as well. We've got here a summary, of course, lessons learned through the work of the ETGA project. And I think this just sort of sets out the fact that there is material that already exists in a sense within the focus on audit team and engagement team, but effectively there's unfinished business about the use of external experts for audit and assurance engagements, including sustainability assurance, which needs to be addressed through this project. And if I can just move on and sort of pick out what the objective and scope of this particular project would be. So it would look to develop revisions to the code, ethics and independence considerations from external experts in audit and assurance engagements, ethics considerations from the involvement of an expert, internal or external, to an employing organisation or firm where material is being prepared or presented, and that could be financial or non-financial. Again, the close alignment, the foil with sustainability. Scope of the revisions focusing on sections 2, 3 and 4, parts 2, 3 and 4 of the code. And of course, what we're doing is we're leveraging what we've learned from ETGA and technology. Like everything else, it will have to be informed by further stakeholder outreach, and that sort of picks up on Laurie's point about why it's important to try and fold this within these roundtables that we're doing, because it does have a read across, and it helps us ensure that our approach is logical and coherent and aligned, and that we're doing things in a good way. One of the things that we really are going to have to consider quite hard, and it's in the context of the wider sustainability challenge and experts, is that, and it sort of picks up on Sadia's challenge over what's your ED going to be, because we do have to think about the digestibility of the package as a whole. As you say, are we actually going to turn up and say, here you are, here's a new code, not a new code, but a new code, revised code. So we are going to have to think very carefully about, as we take this forward, are there certain things that it is really important to prioritize and address within this round? And are there things that actually could be addressed in alignment with the IEESB when it revisits 620, which I believe won't be until its next strategic planning period. But again, I think those are decisions that we can gather evidence around, and we can come to the board for direction at a future point. And you know, I think that's just a sort of important consideration that we will have to make in due course. So the slide that you saw earlier has now been updated to also bring in this work stream that relates to paper 3B, the use of experts, and set out what that would need to do. And again, you know, the one thing I want to emphasize is the importance of the alignment between all of this work, because it is looking at a common thread, and therefore the coherence and the logical organization is going to be absolutely critical in this. So I think that is probably all I need to say about this, Gabriella, and I'm very happy to pause and take any questions that board members might have. The only thing beyond this is I've got just a couple of slides on potential timeline, although I don't like to look at them because it gives me palpitations.
So before you have these palpitations, let's see if we have any questions or comments on this specific part of the project. Andy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark. I just wanted to express my support for this particular work stream. I think it would be a missed opportunity to not include experts, considering the operability, I'm trying to use it for, with experts with the sustainability, but also because of what we heard with technology and with tax. So I think it would be a lost opportunity if we didn't broadly consider it. And this is a good place to slip it in the public interest across all those. So I do support that finding.
Thank you very much, Andy. And that comment also helps understanding why there is a proposal from the working group to separate somehow this work stream, because it is bigger than sustainability and tends to address concerns that were raised even during the survey on the strategic and for the strategic and work plan, and some concerns that have been raised before. So it's the opportunity to take them all at the same time. Thank you, Andy. Sadia.
My comment, it might seem small, but I think it will help with clearing confusion in the future. Can we rename this task group? Oh, this task group, instead of putting sustainability first, can we put it last, so that it is noted that everything stays the same, except that sustainability is not the only focus of the task group. I think that the tax paper, technology paper, the engagement team paper all spoke about the use of an expert and putting sustainability first might make people think we're only dealing with use of experts under sustainability.
No, it's a good point, and I think more widely, I've got a job to do this evening with some snappier branding more generally to link with where we are. I've got some acronyms I might use, but no, I do take the point. It is a broader piece of work, but just one that aligns and coordinates well. So we should reflect on that.
Yes, right. I think that this is also, thank you, Sadia, for that suggestion and for raising that point. I think this will be also something for the task force to consider in coordination with the other task force, because it also has to do with the timing of alignment of work. So we may have to turn the priorities around to make sure that everything matches. But this is something to be considered. Thank you very much for your comment. Any other comments? Or can I assume that everybody is comfortable with this proposal? Begonia, anything on your side?
No, we understand the idea. The thing is that, as you said, the experts, this third stream is broader than sustainability reporting. And given the urgency of the sustainability reporting, I don't know if this is I understand that it goes together in some way, but I don't know if IESBA is in the position to accommodate or to run the two projects at the same time. So I'm just surprised that given the urgency, as I said, of the sustainability reporting, you think that now is the time to deal with this other related project indeed, but very big as well. Thank you.
I think so. We think that it is the time, even if, as Mark has mentioned, it may happen that this project will be a little bit more, it will be longer or last for long or be a little bit delayed if necessary, but not taking the experts while we are taking working on sustainability would be also probably very difficult, because it's so much connected that to be frank, Begonia, at the start we considered having it inside the project on sustainability, but then it became clear that we had so many questions coming from other projects that it was strange that we would address this for sustainability and not for the other issues. So we have to make options. So yeah, it's challenging, but hopefully feasible. So I think that we don't have any other questions or comments, and so we are coming to the end of this discussion. Thank you very much, Mark and working group and staff, for this proposal, which seems to deserve wide consensual support and get some comfort from the board, which is good. I think that this is not the end; this is the start. So this is don't think that we are coming to the end of something. We are. This is the first day of the rest of our lives in moving forward with this project. So the real challenge begins now. But I think that we have done a lot of work to make it work. And to make it work with being very positive and optimistic about the results. But for now, yeah, and I think that again, I challenge the task forces and the drafting working groups and the coordination, whatever working group or committee where I will be as well. So I'm challenging myself as well to try to think different every time. So I would be very concerned if we would start and embrace this project thinking that this is only about adjusting a few words and making it work for everybody and for a different topic, because it's not only about professional, non-professional accountants, it's also about being a substantively different topic. So this is going to be an adventure for all of us. We should make sure that we don't think that we are going to make it right at the first time. This is something that we will have to work for many years, I'm sure, but we also shouldn't be thinking that we should do something now and then adjust and amend. Let's try to do it because we are really moving the elephant or trying to move the elephant. So if you're going to move the elephant, which it's going to take a lot of effort, and let's move it to the right side, even if afterwards we will have to make some adjustments. So thank you very much to all of you, to the board, for the very constructive approach. I think that we, sorry? Oh, timeline. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to have these heartbeats, but do you want to say something before? Yeah, after. So
okay,
well,
no, thank you. I just decided as well. This is a great sort of case study in management, because everyone has been, you know, hugely helpful and hugely supportive with your comments, and I'm sure in part that's because no one around this table knows whether you're in it or not. So there's a risk that you could be. So therefore, you obviously are all bought into it. Just on the timeline, it's just recognizing, firstly, that there is ongoing outreach. We've started that outreach already. We're going to do further outreach to help us inform the board's strategic decision making, and then further outreach really to raise awareness of what we're proposing and get feedback on that. And think about what we're doing. There'll be the analysis stage, the orange stage there, which is, you know, harvesting this information as it comes in and using it where possible to advance on some of these strategic questions and really sort of bring those to a conclusion. There's the drafting that has to be done, which we recognise, you know, is probably going to be an issue that's going to take us through 2023. Because, you know, I think as you've sort of said, Gabriella, and I think, you know, I've heard Tom at the IESBA use in a conference presentation, don't let perfect get in the way of good. You know, the public interest challenge is to make sure that we're developing high quality material on a timely basis. But, you know, we'll have to navigate our way around some bumps in the roads. And you've got there, obviously, the consultation and the finalisation and how that aligns with what the IESBA are proposing to do, where obviously they're proposing a consultation that will run from next autumn through till early in 2024. But I'm very comfortable that we've got a route to dealing with these challenges, that we can actually do that. And you'll see that we've set out here what are the sort of critical next steps. I think the one thing I take away is the importance of looking at issues that we have to resolve in order to finalise an ED, and where some of those strategic questions can be resolved at an early point and the board can be asked for direction, that it's important that we do that. But I think that gives us a quite a cohesive package, if not large package of work to do. But I think, you know, as you know, everyone's sort of aware, we have to move forward on this and recognise we have a public interest challenge to address, but I think a reasonable and effective way of addressing that. So thank you. That's all I propose to say.
thank you very much, Mark. Any comments? Ken.
Thank you, Gabriella. Just a couple of thoughts before we close for the day. One is I just want to draw the board's attention to one important paragraph in each of the two project proposals, or two of the project proposals, because that's what we have on the table. And they are both basically addressing the same point or the same issue, and that is that this paragraph, and it is paragraph 58 in the first project proposal, agenda item 3A, and it's paragraph 41 in agenda item 3B. And what this paragraph is saying is essentially that it states, depending on the issues identified, the project task force may bring forward any other relevant matters for the IESBA's consideration. These may include recommendations for the development of non-authoritative material or issues to be addressed as part of future standard setting projects. But the point is that as the task forces go forward, there might be new questions that come up that we haven't yet thought about.
simply because we haven't yet dug into the media issues and so forth. And as those questions come forward, they might raise well, questions about perhaps the scoping or perhaps the timing of certain elements or components of the whole architecture. And if that is the case, then the task forces have a mandate to bring those to the board for deliberation, and the board can then make a decision. In other words, this project proposal, once the board approves, well, both of them approves those project proposals, essentially the task forces have the mandate to go forward and bring up any issues as these come up, and the board can then make the decisions as to what it would like to do with those questions. And we need not go back to the project proposals again. So that's just so the board is aware that the project proposals give us that flexibility to manage the process going forward. And the second item, Gabriel, I wanted to really bring up is really the issue of resources. And I just wondered if Sylvia or Mark, you could go back to the organizational structure for the different drafting teams and so forth, because then I think it's a useful point in the process as the working group is going to turn around any sort of enhancements or refinements to the project proposals and to bring those back to the board on Friday. That perhaps we touch on the issue of resourcing at least partly at this point, you know, and maybe, you know, you could let the board know, Gabriela, if you've already identified who will lead the free work streams in effect, and then I can share a bit about the staffing support.
Yes, sure, Ken. I was waiting for the end of this discussion to inform the board, of course, subject to your approval of the project, but as it is being proposed, but it seems that we don't have reasons not to assume that it is going to be approved as it is. And let you know that I have already invited some board members to lead these 3 work streams or projects or whatever. Mark has kindly accepted to keep on leading the work at drafting team 1. I mean, leading with independence considerations for sustainability assurance. I have invited, and she accepted, Christelle to lead the 2nd drafting team. Christelle is the board member that has extensive experience in preparing financial information, but of course, this is important to provide the necessary basis of knowledge and experience to deal with this. And for the experts, the use of experts, Laurie Ansley has kindly accepted to lead this task force. So this will be the leaders, the chairs of the 2 drafting teams and of the 2nd task force. Mark, Christelle, and Laurie, who will be together at a sustainability coordination working group, of course, on the use of experts, as long as it is dealing with sustainability. But this is the team that will be kept very busy for the next months, 2 years. Back to you, Ken.
Yes, and on the staffing side, I would just like to inform the board that we have assembled the team in effect. It's going to be essentially most of the team. Sylvia is going to be working very closely in support of Mark and drafting team 1. Laura is going to be on drafting team 2, working closely with Christelle and that team there. And Cam is going to be working closely with Laurie on the 2nd task force, looking at use of experts, taking that work forward. Jeff and I are going to be involved at various points during the process in an oversight and supervisory capacity for the team, and obviously providing as much support as needed to the task forces. So that's, and Keith as well, absolutely. And Keith, shouldn't forget you. Absolutely, you're going to be fully involved on drafting team 1. Well, I mean, it's in a very prominent role as well, you know, and you've already done fantastic work, you know, getting us to where we are today. Absolutely.
So thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much for sharing this information, but also thank you very much for what it means for this team being involved this way and the next 2 years, supposedly, in this project. As Ken said, it's almost all the team from the technical team. Only Carla will be working in other topics, so the whole team is going to be involved, and it's going to mean a lot for this stuff. But I'm sure that this will provide the task forces with the necessary support, and that Ken and Jeff, as Ken said, will provide a super support in supervising the team and and helping making the decisions. So I think that we have here a dream team, that we have what we need to make this be well succeeded. If I may now, I'd like to of course, we will have this one task force with 2 drafting teams, or whatever you want to call them, and one additional task force. And I'd like now to open here a call for expressions of interests of the board members to be part of these task forces. Let me just, and drafting teams, let me just recall what I said previously, said this morning. None of these task forces or drafting teams may have more than 4 members, including the chair, because it's not affordable it's not affordable, and even from the perspective of moving forward quickly, sometimes it's easier to have a smaller group than a larger group. Depending on the expressions of interest, we will have to make options, and these options will have, of course, a lot of criteria behind them, in terms of profiles, in terms of diversity, in terms even of connectivity, in terms of time zones and these kind of things, which really matter. We are a global standard setter, and I will never be tired of stressing that and highlighting that, and we should think global in everything that we do, but this takes this honors of having people in very different time zones, and sometimes it is almost impossible to make them connecting in a regular basis. We will have be very cautiously assess the balance between virtual meetings and in-person meetings to make sure that the work advances as it must advance, but at the same time that we do not spend too much in terms of dollars, but also in terms of time, because these in-person meetings cost time. But of course, we will do as much as necessary, or everything that is necessary for this to work. So the call for candidates for this task force is open. I'm anticipatedly apologize to those that may have expressed their interest and may not be included, because we can't include everybody, as we say. Anyway, it's going to be a large number of people, because 3 work streams with 4 board members means 12. So not many people will be left out in case we have the necessary number of expression of interests. We will try to see, we will see if this means making some changes in the other responsibilities at the board members level, so some other responsibilities, trying to make sure that everybody, at the end, everybody is involved in the board work, but in an appropriate way and in a balanced way. So this expression of interest can be conveyed to me or to Ken over these 2 next days. Ken.
If possible, by end of tomorrow.
So it's today and tomorrow, it's today.
Yeah, that's correct. By today and tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, by the end of the day, please.
Yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, the invitation is open to board members and technical advisors. Clearly, it's, as Gabriela says, there will be minimum considerations, but we want to see who's going to be available and willing to put in the effort and the time.
Right. So, and I think that with this, and for today, we reached the end of our agenda. I'm happy with the very substantive and important discussions and I think pre-decisions that we made here. I think that we have reasons to be optimistic for the rest of the week, although sometimes things get complicated afterwards. I'd just like to remind you that tomorrow we have a very intense day with a tax planning discussion, the technology project, the first discussion on the strategy and work plan, and on the technology working group project. So 4 different work streams. And of course, I know that you are all tired and some of you will still have task forces meeting, but as much as possible, try to be prepared for these discussions so that we can be effective and successful. Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of day and see you tomorrow at 9.